What is going on, everybody, man? King Recon here, finally back with that GOAThayafuru greatness, son. And this arc that we're currently in right now has been absolutely phenomenal. Where I left off with that incredible final sequence of panels and pages within chapter 190 that had Taichi and Harada, and Taichi's basically stating that he wants to forfeit, and Harada telling him to shut his mouth. That this time, it's for real. This time it is master and student. This time it is the person who has been guiding him throughout this entire journey, attempting to guide him once more to push forward. Because we know how their journey has been, man, and I know how special this is about to be. And because of that, before FF7 came out, I was like, you know what, this is a perfect time for me to go on a break for a good while until I'm able to, because I'm really close to the platinum now, so now I'm really taking things slowly with the game because I don't want to let go of that experience just yet. So my obsession phase is out. So I did Kingdom, and after Kingdom, I was like, the next thing I'm doing, if the One Piece chapter doesn't come out, is GOAThayafuru. I don't expect this video to be as long as the more recent ones because I really just wanted to read whatever I can today. But I'm back. And this week, because everything's gone, there's going to be no chapters, no episodes. You already know. I'm dedicating it to Chihayafuru. I have to dedicate, because the more time that I have, the faster I'm able to catch up. And even though I don't want to catch up really fast, I kind of do, because it's going to be something I know I'm not going to be able to help. And because I value the experience over, you know, savoring something, if the experience is too GOAT, I'm going to keep going. You know what I'm saying? So, without further ado, let's get right into it. We start off with a color page here on chapter 191 with, man, what a cover. These covers for, I believe this is Beloved magazine, have been spectacular, man. I mean, yo, if I'm on the street and I see a magazine cover that has Harada, Chihaya, and Taichi, I'm picking it up immediately, paying whatever amounts of yen I need. Yo, just take my money, take my wallet. Take my wallet, son, you feel me? So let's get right into it. Verse 100. Dude, it's been so long, man. I say that, but it's only really been a month, which is nothing in comparison to like people who were waiting years for the anime to come back. But still, it has been quite some time. You feel me? So what kind of person is he? Is a doctor, isn't he, Mashima-san? If memory serves, your husband. In school, he was named Oligo. Oligo? He married into my family and took my last name. His original last name was Goto. Is Taichi's mom going on a, like, talking in specifics about their family here? So, Taichi's pops, his name is Oligo? That's Taichi's pops? Why does this man look like a character from Naoki Urasawa's Monster? He is a kind person, the type to always keep candy in his pockets. He's nothing like me, and Taichi is very much like me in so many ways. He's way too perfect for my son that I have no idea how to communicate with him. Watch out. This is what he often says. And then right here you see in the back portions a couple panels of them. Whose kid are you? Taichi, why are you so pretty? And you're so smart on top of that. Papa can't understand you at all. Papa, I'm pretty too. I'm amazed I raised a child just like Reiko's son. Wow. Madam, were you by any chance popular in high school? Ah, so that's where the question that Sumide asked earlier on in the arc comes into fruition here. Public morale is so much, but I have no idea how to act when you're on duty together. Olio, can be quiet, will you? That's so awesome, dude. You know, going right into the depths on how Taichi's parents met. You know, that's really cool. Now that I think about it, he did say the same thing about me back in our high school days. Well, I'm sorry for bringing up old history. Yo, keep it going. I love it. Keep it going. I'm probably a fool for staying here and waiting. That girl will let me know if something happens, I think. But no, I'm quite enjoying talking to you. Your husband must be quite the schemer. After all, he managed to obtain your consent to marry him. I'm not sure about that. Having my children always aim only for the top is my personal policy. Better to be a big fish in a little pond than a little fish in a big pond, as they say. Pouring your time and effort into something you cannot become the best at is foolish. And so that's the mentality that Taichi's mom ingrained within that household. Akenur, oh man, the match started. Akenureba. Alright. It's the final. I never thought it'd be Harada Sensei versus Taichi. I'm stressing, dude. But this is probably my first time witnessing something like that. All the 16 A cards are on the playing field. Every single one of them. Aimite no. Oh, that's Sensei for you. He predicted what a card. He predicted what a card would be read, despite many more A cards still being in the game. Harada, they call it predicting and all that rot, but what's really impressive about him is his way of structuring the cards. He's really fussy about organizing his cards in the order he wants them to be read. It's unscientific, but since it works, whatever. One thing though, at times when he's especially on the roll, a take like this, a take like this. Yeah, this fan is planning his takes out here, dog. He's doing a practice swing. Inishi no, and he goes right in, he takes that. And he knew that was coming, man. The true worth of Harada's Karuta shows in his ability to take cards outside of his structure that catch his eye. Okay? Going right into like the very depths of Harada's skill as a player. Harada Sensei, nothing less from him. He's incredible. And Taichi knows that firsthand, man. You know, not just incredible as a Karuta player, but incredible as a human being. He's amazing. Amazing, isn't he? Gets you pumped up, right? And now he understands what Shanks meant whenever Shanks stated that he would love to face Harada because Harada interests him. You know what I'm saying? Like, Harada, he just has that factor to him that you just want to play against him, man, because you want to face somebody that's as passionate as him, especially at his age. And prime Harada, son? Yo, that's the GOAT right there, son. And Taichi looks over. And right here we have the match between Tamaru and Chihaya, 20-19. And what was crazy about the Tamaru sequence that I remember from last chapter was that Tamaru had her moment with Sakurazawa, right? So Tamaru was able to finally have that moment of recognition from the one person that she's desired that most from, and in the manner that happened. And then what immediately followed that was a moment of despair when Chihaya came and walked over fire. I was like, holy fuck, this is gonna be crazy. And then Taichi looks back, he sees Harada, 21-19. His Karuta became very detached. Must be Suokun's influence, huh? There is a self that's playing and also a self that's observing detachedly. Say, Suokun, can you tell what A card we read next? I can. He's bluffing. What a not so subtle bluff. Bluff right there. I'll just take it faster than you'll know. And right here we see Shanks' influence on Taichi. This is an excellent panel. I first met Matsuge-kun when he was 12. And I myself discovered Karuta when I was 12. My childhood friend Kuriyama-kun invited me. Okay, yo, how did the backstory? Yo, I'm loving this. Karuta lessons, that's right, come on, let's go. Musume Fasa Hose are one-syllable cards. One per each syllable. Syllables U, Su, Shi, Mo, Yu each have 2 cards starting with them. Syllables I, Chi, Hi, Ki, 3 cards. Ha, Ya, Yo, Ka, 4 cards. Tako, 5 cards. Wa, O, 6 cards. The syllable Na, 8 cards. While the letter A has 16 cards starting with it. 16 cards. And that's what we're seeing here. Once Asaborakeyo or U has been read, Asabo becomes a decisive syllable for Asaborake. And once Asaji has been read, the decisive syllable shortens to Asa. And when all the other A cards have been read, one letter A becomes a decisive syllable. Thus, one card has 4 faces. That's very, very fascinating. But it's very true. Like, if we were just looking in the simplest of terms, and you put it down to something like faces, like, you eliminate one, and then it comes down. And eventually become either 3, 2, or 1 syllable card. It proved to be fun, and I got addicted right away. Each of the 3 times, you must update your memorization of the arrangement at the beginning of the game. At the mid-stage and in the final is important in its own way. It's rough. Choosing what card to send is also very hard. I got yelled at for sending the cards I suck at taking. There wasn't anything else to amuse me at the time anyway. So I spent my days practicing at Karuta and having fun. But I lost me too. Oh geez, let's go home then, since they don't give out honorable certificates for participation anyway. That's Sujisaki-kun. Who? You don't know? He's a second-year middle school student and he's deaf. Deaf and he plays Karuta? Yeah, he reads the reader's lips. Oh, yo, that's actually really, really awesome. To get to that level of skill, to where you read the reader's lips and are still able to go back and look at the playing field and take cards and be very, very good at it, that's awesome. That's very, very inspiring, because that just showcases that there is really no limits, or I should say, if you really want to do something, and yet it feels like it's something that's very, very impossible to do because it focuses on like, for example, in that case, Karuta is very, very, you rely heavily on hearing. There's a reason why Chihaya doesn't listen to loud music and, little stuff like that. But for somebody who can't hear at all, to have to focus on the reader's lip movements while also his own playing field at the same exact time, and for you to still be a very good player at that's really, really impressive, man. That's really, really impressive and very inspirational. What an incredible boy. But you can't exactly know in advance the moment when the reader will start reading, right? So he has to keep watching the reader all the time. He doesn't get a lot of chances to look at the cards to memorize them properly. Harada-kun. And he goes right over. He touches the kid. Please look at the cards and memorize them. When the reader's about to read the second verse, I'll tap you on the shoulder. Yo, okay. Man, dude, this is the type of stuff that I love about Harada, man. Always thinking about people and what it is that makes them tick and what it is that pushes them forward and whatnot. He's a very people person. Actually, no, Maro Yani Akikaze no Puku Ima Watada. And we see, he continues to tap him on the shoulder. Tap. That was the moment when I first felt happy to have taken up Karuta. My first tournament I took pride in, and it's one he didn't even win. It's one that he helped somebody else win. And that's where his teaching mentality and his very inner soul as a teacher came out into fruition, came out into play. That's so beautiful, man. And we cut right back into it to right in front of another one of his students. Harada-sensei is not pulling any punches with this offensive Karuta, and Mashima manages to avoid his hand and effectively defend the cards. This is turning into an interesting fight. Since he came here, he's been keeping up intense focus just fine. Looks like defensive Karuta really is a good match for him. He's made it his own. Harada-sensei is strong. I need him to be strong, but I'll take it like this. When Tai is red, I'll go for it like this. He's still planning it in his mind. When the opponent's right straight to my formation's left, I'll attack Shino in a straight line, then go back to Shira. I'll claim it like this. And we see he goes right back, looks at the card. Fu. The card from the bottom left row of the opponent's formation that I fully expected to be red got taken from me. Even if your prediction was on the money, your body can't move the way you want it, and if you thought it could, well, you were very wrong indeed. The limitations that one has, man, based on age and physical limitations, very similar to the situation that he... actually, now that's very, very interesting. Because, he was able to help Sujisaki with his physical limitations. And because of that, we think back to Season 3 and how Harada would continue to press forward within those games, even though he had these extreme physical limitations, but he never gave up and never let that down. And I guess experiences like that really helped him to develop that mentality of Flagnards. I'm just grateful to be here, man, to be able to be playing this game that I love so much. Even with these limitations that I have, I can still be very great. And that's super dope, man. I love Harada, man. Harada is such an awesome character. Because there's a gap everywhere it matters. The gap between your current self and the self in your prime. The existence of the gap is undeniable, but still. The gap between yourself and your opponents who's gotten noticeably stronger. It's fun precisely because there is a gap, no? It's fun precisely because there is a gap. What a statement. What you hear, what you don't, I want to cross over that gap. That's so true. When you're limited, I think that's why the beginnings of a journey are always so fascinating, right? And I can only relate this to my own personal experiences. But for two of them, right? Whenever I first really got into playing professional Call of Duty all those years ago, the thing that made that so much fun is that I was able to learn the map, the way the map is structured, spawn systems, how certain guns work in certain moments, class setups. Whenever you have those limitations set on you, whenever you were able to realize that this thing you can't do right, so you need to replace it with something else that you can do in order to make up for what you don't have until you gain that skill, and then you want to gain that other skill, and that's what pushes you forward because you want to be great. But those limitations are and another example is writing. My descriptive ability in writing is my worst thing, and I cannot describe for nothing. But that is what makes it so much fun, is that as I continue to strive forward towards that skill, that adventure, and that journey in of itself, to close in that gap between myself and other individuals who are excellent at describing, that's what makes it a lot of fun. And I can relate a lot to that sentiment, man, to that statement. And I'm sure that a lot of other individuals after listening to this video can relate to that as well. In whatever field it is that you're in, that initial gap between you and whatever it is that you're chasing, right? That is what makes it so much fun, especially when there are limitations at hand and you have to overcome those limitations, even though it may be a struggle at certain points in times. When you actually look back on it, you're like, flagnards. That's what made that stuff so much fun. But regardless, what you hear, what you don't, I want to cross over that gap, and I want to pat on the shoulder, and I want to pat on the shoulder those who make effort to close it. That is so awesome, and that is where Harada's innate ability and love and passion for being a teacher comes in, man. And we see that right there in the forefront. Taichi won? Taichi won? I thought it was going to be way longer. Thank you for the game. Harada touches him. It must have been rough on you. You've been through many desperate do-or-die moments. You've got to love that desperation, Matsuge-kun. Love it now and forever. You know how much an L hurts this man, bro, but because it's Taichi. He's like, you take this W and use it to propel yourself forward, my man. Use it to propel yourself all the way up until the flagnards. And I love how his innate abilities within himself do that, bro. That's so beautiful, dog. Chihaya. Oh, she passed out. She had to have taken the dub then. She had to have taken the dub. There's no way she didn't. She looks up, she sees Taichi. Now the rest of us just have to do our best again. Our best next year again. Yeah, Tamaru definitely lost. She's like, yo, Chihaya and Taichi made it. Let's go. Give me a second. What chapter was it? Was it 186? No. Was it 187? 188? It is. In the Major Challenger qualifier, West Japan will be represented by what? This means that in order to challenge Shanks, there is going to be a match between Harada and Taichi. An official one-on-one on the second biggest stage in the conference finals. Wait a minute, Chief. Yes, hello, I'm listening. Oh, really? I see. You'll tell me the details in the cafe, yes. Good grief, what a disagreeable girl, calling me while I'm in the bathroom. Oh, son, yes. Hakama. Can I place an order with you for making men's Hakama and No, Taichi's mom coming in with the support, okay. But of course you can, dear esteemed customer. It is an honor to be of use to you. And you know, Grandmama Kana, man, always coming in clutch. And Chihaya takes the dub. And now next to Taichi, look at this, man, it feels so good. Ever since that episode, man, it just feels great to see these two individuals in a panel together like this. It's true, what is? You smell really nice, Taichi. Watch out, Chihaya. Won't your mother get mad at you, though? My sister gave me an insane thrashing for taking your things, you know. I probably won't even find out, because we both smell the same. She said she's having a hakama made for me, too. Man, dude. Here you see everyone else who's been a part of this magnificent tournament. And then you see everyone, man, what an arc, dude. The loser will quit Karuta for good. Oh, man, I forgot about that. Time to leave, grunts. Sudo-san, but you won't actually quit on us, right? You guys listen up. You just need to say to him, when you play him in some tournament, if I win the part of the bet with Sudo-sama's resignment is null void. Ah, yeah, of course. Absolutely, of course. There's got to be a loophole to the things, you know? The other half of the bet stands. The winner will play competitive Karuta for their whole life. And Taichi's gonna play that junk for his whole life, dude. In accordance with the results of the East Japan qualifying tournament, the representatives are appointed as follows. Mashima Taichi-san for the Meijin title tournament, and Ayase Chihaya-san for the Queen title tournament. We wish you two the best of luck in the East-West Challenger final. Bro, I can't do this, man. You know, I can't, because this is where my favorite moments in the entire series have come from, man. You know, aside from certain special cases within Mizusawa, a lot of my favorite moments have come from the rivalry aspect between especially Chihaya and Shinobu, but also with Arata and Taichi, man. And the fact that I could very well be having one of them and then the other one right after, it has me just, I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. I don't know, dude. This is insane. The fact that it's gonna be Taichi versus Arata for who gets to face Shanks. You feel me? Like, and then Chihaya is gonna be facing. I don't remember if they officially announced who's gonna be representing the other side here, but Chihiya's gonna have to face somebody else in order to get to Shinobu, man. I don't even know if she's gonna be able to beat that individual. But with the role that she's been on, yo, if Chihaya does what she did in this arc, takes off the hairband, lets her hair down, and like farterizes opponents, man, yo, she was in sicko mode. Well, no. Now, Chihaya was pretty tame compared to Taichi. Taichi was in sicko mode. Taichi was in full-on heel villain mode in this stuff. But hey, Chihaya was also in a sicko mode. But anyways, let's go into the next chapter. Is this the end of this arc, man? Like, yo, this is what I did not expect to get back into this and see the end just like that. Like, the fact that Harada, like, lost in one chapter has me shook. Another title page? Yo, Chihayafuru's killing it, dude. So right here we have another color page with Chihaya and Kana, Mama Kana right here. Arata, we gotta change. Oh my goodness, bro. How is Arata gonna feel whenever he finds out that Taichi's gonna be represented? Because we know how both of them feel. There is much more at stake than just the two of them wanting to go out and become masters, right? There's a lot more at stake for both of them when it comes to this match, dude. Dog. Oh my. Arata, we gotta change trains and fast. The Limited Express is almost here. Arata, don't drag your feet. Are you okay? Go slowly, ma'am. Oh, I'm really sorry to bother you, darlings. The elevator broke, you see. It's fine, ma'am. Just watch your step. Thank goodness we still caught this train. If we hadn't, we'd be back home much later. It was the right call to send Shun and Hiro back ahead of us. You're always so proactively caring towards the elderly, eh, Arata? Even though you get so timid around young people that you can barely stammer out a word. Eh, I do? Just a little bit. You just barely qualify to say that you have someone your age to call friends, and even that is thanks to Karuta. But I do have friends outside Karuta, like you for one. Doesn't really count because you two are like siblings. How about there are others too, like, yeah, well, you know. Still, I guess you're a lucky fellow, Harada. It's like heaven itself is saying, oh, my, he's about to find out. It's like heaven itself is saying those few that you do have are enough. Look, the Eastern qualifier results are in. Muda-san, we are sincerely grateful for your help. The Eastern qualifier results are in the East rep for the Meijin title is Mashima Taichi. And for the Queen title, it's Ayase Chihaya, bro. Like, yo, man. Holy flag darts. And we're gonna don't be spread. Tokyo is that way, I think. Both of them are your friends, right? It's quite impressive. I can only imagine how you must be feeling right now, bro. We have Harada, so we'll meet again, right? What a panel. Chihaya gets woken up from bed thanks to her daddy bear alarm clock here. I gotta study today's biology and English. What is that? Is that a hakama? Hey, you won the qualifier? And you need to be dressed in kimono for the next stage? Gosh, are your studies going to be okay, though? You gotta pay them proper attention, you know. I need to prepare the kimono. Wait, when is your match again? Are parents allowed to attend it to support their children? Jai, breakfast ready? Are breakfast ready? Are you up? Wait, I got up early to study, and she's trying to try it on. She's trying to put it on. What am I to study? Biology, English, Japanese history, Japanese language, classical literature, Chinese classics, math 1, math 2, tabby. Under kimono, hakama, obi, under kimono's collar. You gotta love how, like, the transition in thought process here changed. Toski, I won. I was able to become the Eastern representative. Now I'll move to the next level. Yes, you will, my girl. Yes, you will. Taichi, I'm here to pick you up. Let's go. Don't pick me up from school. Taichi's like, yo, what are you doing here, Skip? What's this about? Did something happen, Mashima? Memorial service? Oh, well, no. We're going to order hakama, apparently. Eh, really? Don't tell me at Kana-chan's place. Hello, I'm listening. Yes, it is I. Rika twisted her ankle during her club's practice. I was a member of the English Study Society that sprained an ankle during the society's session in the first place. She fell off the stage during, a scuffle in an English play. You know, those English plays don't fake, man. Like, in a lot of those plays that you would do in like that type of class, there is quite a bit of acting that needs to be done, especially if there's like dance movements and or like having to move from like one stage to the other, but like very, very quickly. And if you're like attempting to memorize words, you can easily stumble over whatever little thing is because you're not focused on what's in front of you. Trust me, I went through it. I know how that is. You could easily trip and fall over anything. Goes, fine, I'm on my way. We've discussed most of it with Oe-san already, so you'll be fine going to her store on your own, Taichi. Nothing to worry about. She's a professional. And right here we have Taichi relying on his two best friends here, Kana. Man, so I remember reading a comment that was actually multiple comments that were submitted because I was asking how people felt about the Destomu, Nishida, and Kana situation, and I received quite a few comments telling me that the whole situation with Nishida actually makes it very, very saddening whenever you actually look at it from the standpoint of the fact that he's truly putting Destomu before himself because he himself has a lot of feelings for Kana. And it just really, really makes you think about how the future of the series can go when it comes to just this love triangle right here, let alone the main love triangle, but when it comes to this one too. Because, like, Sweet Mother of Flagnards, man, like this one really, really hurts. Especially with, like, how all of these characters are so equal in my heart. It's like, man, Flagnards, dude, but that's, regardless, we continue. I mean, however the way that the writer is going to go about progressing the storyline, it's going to be genius, just knowing how the rest of it has been. So, but I just wanted to touch upon that because I remember receiving a lot of those comments. You're going to our store? Well, you see, Mashima's so amusingly getting cold feet and stuff about it. Oh my, I'm not getting cold feet. So come with us, Kana-chan. It's just that, this is my first time getting a kimono made, so it'd be bad if I did something wrong due to my ignorancy. And look at them. They're like, yo, we're gonna take advantage of the fact that Taichi's acting in this way. We're witnessing a most rare and very special case of Mashima Taichi actually relying on someone factual. Chihaya-chan, President Mashima is going to our family store to get a kimono ordered. Would you like to come with us too? And Chihaya's like, eh? Why does even Chihaya have to tag along? No, she does. It's nice to go somewhere all together once in a while. Sorry, but I have prior plans. Yo, Chihaya turned down a moment with all of them together? When this is all that she was looking forward to this entire time? You know that Chihaya truly has something that she wants to do here. Oh, right, I say, wait a sec, there's something I want to give you. I'll send it to you by email. And he stops. And he sees Chihaya. Chihaya looks like she's about to burst out in tears here. You can leave Mashima to us with no worries. You go do your best too, Ayase. Yo, okay, Destomu, man. He's like, Destomu really does act like the coach. Because Mama Kana's the parent, you feel me? But it feels like Destomu really does. He feels like the advisor, you know, the coach a lot of the times, man, with the type of words that he states. And a lot of them really, really stick with Chihaya. So the fact that it was him that stated this to her is really awesome. We got an excellent panel right here of Taichi walking off in one direction and Chihaya having like a little look back towards them. Really, really beautiful stuff, right? Actually, let me save this panel. This is an excellent panel. Man, dude, what a series. So we continue and we see right here that Grandmama Kana, blinded by the greatness of Mashima Taichi, my favorite member is finally turning into a paying customer. Mother, if this is not to my fortune, what is? I'm looking forward to being in your care. I assure you I shall serve you my best work, sir. I have already asked your esteemed mother's preferences, so how about, let me see, the price is no concern to me, so how about a black-crested silk robe for starters? And that's what she indicated. Black-crested? Like what Harada sensei wore? Well, you know, I can't say I'm in any way knowledgeable, but I like the hakama that you were lending me in the past, so I thought something similar would be nice. Although I don't know anything about what kimono is appropriate for what place and occasion. Is that out of the question? Man, because it feels familiar to him, you feel me? It is indeed true that to an extent kimono is adjusted to suit place and occasion, but when it comes to competitive karate, another convention comes into play. I shall tailor it to be Mashima Taichi-sama's uniform for winning, for catching dubs. First, we shall start with the material. Taichi-kun, you liked similar material, did you not? It is polyester and is practical, but the texture feels almost like raw silk. Ah, yes, this color. It's soothing, that is important. Next, what shall we do with the under kimono? What do you mean? Finding the right balance between a kimono and an under kimono is very important. Commonly, the under kimono is made to fit tightly into the kimono after taking precise measurements. But according to what I have heard of the karate competition venues, very few karate players wear an under kimono for their big matches, and they always prioritize ease of movement. So as a rule, they only wear an under kimono's collar over a tank top? That is very, very fascinating. We haven't received this information before, have we? The cuffs are also shorter than standard, prioritizing movement freedom. Look at Kana. Yo, Kana is shook, dude. Look at Kana. I have done my own independent research to it, and according to its results, the type of traditional wear most suitable for competitive karate is the samurai sakama. Oh, the samurai sakama thing? Like, where it needs to be naked? The way it looks on a standing person is similar to riding a kama, but if one stands astride, the hem spreads and splits like in Western clothes, making it very easy to walk. But samurai sakama made of synthetic fibers is easy to take care of and store. But if I make it too cheap, your esteemed mother will not like it. So let us use natural silk. What a wonderful sense of balance. Please leave everything to me and rest assured, I shall make a kimono for you that will be very comfortable to fight in. Grandmama Kana's, she's always been looking out for Taichi, man, for many times, dude. When they gradually get used to wearing a kimono, their body relaxes. It is as if it supports you. Mother, what should we do about Chihaya-chan's kimono? Kanade, it is on you to research what should be done about Chihaya-chan's kimono on your own. It's like, yo, for Taichi, she's like, Flagnards, she's opening up the whole shop, we're all good, but for Chihaya, Mama Kana, that's all you. You feel me? That's all you, dog. You know, that ain't me, Skip. And here we have Chihaya back. And she's... When the Flagnards is she? Nishi Azabu. Do you think that a day when I'd come to such a posh neighborhood would actually arrive? Yes, come in. It's just a home intercom. It's just a home intercom. Inokuma! Whoa! Welcome, Ayase-san. Good afternoon, Inokuma-kun. No! So Inokuma was the one that invited Chihaya, which is why she had those prior plans that she couldn't go and go. Yo, for Inokuma, I completely understand. It's good to see her. Sorry, my two older kids are at a daycare center, but this girl is only 3 months old, so she's with me. And there's a baby in there. It's cute, and it's like a hammock. It's called Sling. And Chihaya's like, yo, this is like a foreign invention to me. And Unokuma's like, yo, it's just a sling, dog. I'm taking her for a walk. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. No need, no need. My husband leaves in the wee hours of the morning, but he's back home in the early evening. Well, then I received your request for Sakurazawa-san, but what is it you wanted exactly? I want to be strong enough to win against Shinobu-chan. Why did Chihaya put on his face? Yo! Hold on, coach. I'm ready. Let's get it. Yo, she said I want to become strong enough to win against Shinobu-chan. She looks serious. Yo, like, we're ready. Let's get it, man. Just big words from the start. You should surprise me. So you're not worried about having to beat the Western rep first? Yo, for real. I apologize. I just don't know anything about the person who's representing the West. Oh, well, no matter. Let's just think of it as you being yourself, Ayase-san. Wanting to be stronger than Wakamiya Shinobu means you want to be the strongest in Japan. That's a fact. In that case, at the very least, you must beat the likes of me first. Yo, Chihaya facing someone at Inukuma's level consistently. Yo, this is gonna be like Dongai training. We have Karuto, so we'll meet again, right? We'll meet again. Yo, the flashback. I too had wanted to get some practice under my belt, so you chose the right time to call on me. Which reader would you prefer? Random? Without fail, and then... excuse me, I have new mail, it seems. I will turn off the phone. It's from Sakue-kun. What's this, a shared folder? He wants me to download. Folder files. Igarashi, Hirota, Yamashiro, Kuzuri... All the different readers? Well, then I will go do a calculation and ask when you can expect it to be ready. Make some tea for the guests, Kanade. I will. Wow, pros sure are awesome. Pros sure are awesome. Kana-chan's mom is so cool. If the final was a kimono battle, our man would beat Wataya hands down. In fact, even, bro, listen, man. Put some respect on Taichi's name, dog, even when it comes to skill. I mean, I know Arata's a prodigy. My man goes up in the swimmer, but don't. You know, those two are rivals for a reason. There's a reason why Arata keeps the lookout for Taichi above all people, because what Taichi lacks in skill, he makes up for in other fields. And that's what Arata finds so much fun about having those battles with Taichi. You feel me? Oh, son, I'd like these. Tabi, can you sew me 2 pairs? Yes, of course. This is for you two. And why? Well, you two were watching my matches the whole time despite the cold weather, so... West Rep is Wataya Arata, and yo, that little moment is the whole reason why Taichi was able to come out victorious, man. That little swing momentum. Thank... And he stops. Actually, if I win... I want one of you to be my card boy for moving the cards on the demonstration board. Nah. Yo, my man said win. That man said, hold on, coach. If I win, I want y'all, like, this is a serious matter. I could be going up against Shanks. I want y'all to be the ones representing me, dog. Putting up and being the card boy. Win as in win against Wataya Arata? No, I mean, we know you're challenging him hoping to win, but... kind of thought about Wataya Arata's last boss, you know? Literally, like, this man Arata really does feel like the Sephiroth here. But you're actually serious about beating Suo-san, too. Yeah. Yo, he's like, yo, we're not gonna take on Shanks, too, bro. I don't care, dog. I'm raising for the top, man. Gang. It's so awesome. I mean, Taichi having this discussion, these moments with Nishida and Nestomu, knowing that these are the two people he's able to open his heart up to the most, man. So you know these are true words. These are factual words here, man. Isn't this audio files with all 7 readers? Igarashi-san, Komina-san, and Hirota-san's reading is pretty easy to find, and it's available for purchase. But this folder also contains the readings of Serizawa-san, Yamashiro-san, Makino-san, and even Kuzuryu-san. How did someone collect all of them? Let's listen to it. Arazaran babam, kono bam, tabiwa. It was recorded during matches, apparently. And only the audio of the first verse is distracted. This is probably from a little over 10 years ago. That Meijin title series was the last time Kuzuryu-san read Red. Did someone search for the video of it and extract the audio? The amount of work it took is highly impressive. It was Sakue-kun and Kana-chan. Yo, but of course, bro, the advisor and the parent. It was them who poured out all of that work. Despite having to prepare for their college exams, despite having no time or effort to spare, they still did it, dog. They did it for Chihaya. That's so beautiful, bro. It brings tears, bro. It really does. Otani Kiku Akurayama. Kuzuryu-san's reading is quite unique. We have Karuta, so we'll meet again without fail, and then we will go to a lies beyond, and you get a battle of Shanks and Queen Nobu, son. I gotta save that panel. Goat, dude. Come on. So Watayarata-kun, why do you wish to apply to a university? Ah, so this is whenever he's applying to the university where he was telling Chihaya about going to Tokyo. Well, sir, I started playing competitive karate when I was 5, and naturally I plan to continue in the foreseeable future. Your question was my reason for applying. This university has a social science department. When I learned about how many different genres exist, I believe that this is where I could dive into the questions that have always been making me curious. They'll fail you if you suck that much. They'll so fail you, despite you filling in all the forms correctly. But Sensei, you didn't say you'd be recording. Eddie, I'm doing this for you. On the question of this is a university as a social science department, when I learned about how different genres exist, see, they'll fail you if you suck that much. You're going to fail for sure. There are many tricks to successfully getting in on a recommendation, but there is only one that really matters. Every college wants its students to be unique, and you have it, Arata. You have what can make you a one-of-a-kind student. That's very interesting. You just need to communicate it without fear and stuttering. How can you blend into society? Go and think long and hard about that. I'm home. Arata, I took out the kimono you're going to need it this time, right? You have your college interview the same week as the match. It'll certainly will be a busy week for you. As your mom, I took some time off. I took some time off my work because of that. Are you going with me, Mom? But you don't have to. I'll be fine by myself. I thought so too. Lodging and traveling expenses are a heavy blow too. Right, that's why you don't have to come. But it's probably my last chance to go on a trip with my son, just the two of us. If grandfather was still with us and healthy enough, I would want him to come. Grandfather Arata is going to play in the East-West Challenger final. Please allow us to borrow your kimono for it. Oh my, he's gonna be wearing the legendary kimono of Papa Wataya, man. Holy fly nuts. Kyoto Myojo Society training venue. Oh my. I can smell it. Where's Kuidobu? Momo-chan is really focused. Good. She's strong, but she's never felt like making serious effort. She lacked tenacity. Okay then. 110, huh? I won't let my guard down. There are more than 100 examples similar to Yamashito-dan. 7 where she had a 1 in 10 match turned around on her. Momo-chan, go out with me. If I turn the tables on you here... No way! She won only narrowly against Osaku Megumu in the Western qualifier. After that, she asked Koishikawa-kun to be her practice partner. So right here we have the individual who's going to be facing Chihaya, who won against Megumu in the Western qualifier, with a clear goal to become stronger in mind. It is thanks to Blunter-kun, or... it's time. What, already? She's featured in the evening corner, starting from 15 minutes. Turn it on. Queen Noob! This is it. Today's monster is Wakamiya Shinobu, the Queen of Karata. She's a genius said to have an impressive string of titles backed. The challenge we'll have this powerful queen face is Whack-A-Mole! Yo, they're gonna have her playing Whack-A-Mole, dog? The Queen? Okay, hey, listen, man. My favorite characters, I play a lot of video games. I love seeing my characters doing ridiculous mini games and stuff like that, man. It fits. You feel me? So here we have, based on, I guess, because Whack-A-Mole focuses on your senses and where you think they'll pop up. So based on a sound, I guess this can actually work really, really well for Whack-A-Mole. Like having a karate player play Whack-A-Mole, because like you'll hear that slight little zing, before the mole comes up and you're gonna whack the flagnards out of it. So I guess a karate player would be really, really good at Whack-A-Mole. I never thought about this. Whack-A-Mole is karate! Shinobu-chan finally makes an appearance in this kind of show. The kind that's nothing to do with karate. Did she even play Whack-A-Mole before? Can she beat the record? Oh my, these are so cute, I cannot bring myself to hit them. Oh, that is the most Shinobu response I think I have ever heard. That the mole is so cute that she refuses to hit him. That's Wakamiya Kuidobu sentence. Surprisingly, Wakamiya-san is getting publicity. Is she trying to become a professional entertainer? And becoming a real celebrity? Wow! As if she can. Karate is all she's good at. Oh, and here she comes in with a Snowmaru shirt. With the Snowmaru shirt. Oh my, oh my. Is my memory faulty? I think I made a mistake about the purpose of today's meeting. I thought it was to honor the promise to play practice games with Yuikawa-san. But apparently it is a TV viewing session today. Oh no, this is just... It must be so nice to be so sure of yourself and carefree. Yo, Shinobu always loves selling people out in the most condescending ways, dude. She's insane. The Eastern representative ISH Chihaya-san and Koishikawa-kun are similar types of players. It would benefit you to practice against him, do you not agree? Momo-chan started playing against Koishikawa-kun because of what Shinobu-chan said. But Shinobu-chan is too different from them. She's profound in subtle ways, ethereal, as if she's someone not of this world. They're saying that Shinobu is some kind of alien specimen here. Even if Momo-chan wins the Challenger final, she can't hope to beat Shinobu-chan. And you just see like this panel of Shinobu with her hair just majestically moving in the wind, as if she was like a Tetsuya Nomura character. And in some ways she kind of is. It's like the sole point of this practice to make her feel fully that. Thank you for the game. Shinobu-chan, I just remembered. We received an offer for a lecture. A lecture? A lecture for grade school students is Shiguruden Museum in Arashiyama. The theme is the Queen teaching about the secrets to get strong. Will I get paid for it? Paid? She's like a total pro entertainer now. Even though giving such a lecture is much more becoming of the Queen than playing whack-a-mole. Momo-chan, good luck. Don't forget that I still have exams to pass, and my internship is coming soon too. Alright, you're a medical school student, aren't you, Momo-chan? What kind of a doctor do you want to be? Bye-bye. Take care, Issei-sensei, thank you. Momo-chan, want to grab something to eat on the way home? I've got a new rice set, so I'll head straight home. New rice, huh? Nice. I got some Wally Pack roe in my fridge. Pollock roe in my fridge. So what? You guys, Shinobu's rocking the fit, dog. For the record, I like both new rice and walleye Pollock roe. That's not what I want to ask. Wakamiya-san, why are you so insistent on appearing on television? And even liking you're clearly pushing yourself. I need money. I want to order this kimono for this year's Queen title matches at Fujioka's Drapery. Bro! Queen, my foot. When I can't even earn enough money for it on my own. Why don't you contact their sales then? Visit Fujioka's sales directly. Wakamiya Shinobu-san in the flesh. I had the pleasure of watching you participate in the whack-a-mole game the other day. And I thought you were the most gracious person in the whole world with the way you put a picture of sea cucumber in the mole and set a new record. A picture of sea cucumber on the mole and set a new record. So instead of whacking it, she put a picture of a sea cucumber on the mole. That's my goat. You feel me? That's goat-like things there, man. I can't believe I got to see you in person. I even prepared a proposal for us. But it's only to be expected from such a person as yourself. So about this proposal. Wakamiya-san. Alright, well, how about giving me a kimono? No. We're here today to offer a sponsor contract to Fujioka-san's Drapery. In particular, we were drawn to Fujioka-san's stores. Foresight in supporting Snowmaru. She's gonna become a sponsor for Snowmaru? If you would be so kind as to foster a cooperative connection with us, your degree of exposure and publicity is guaranteed to go up in the Queen title matches. You're telling me that Shinobu is going to be the face of Snowmaru? The Snowmaru? As well as Women's Championship Series. This author's a genius. This author's had this in mind from the very, very beginning. As well as Women's Championship Series and pivotal Class A tournaments as per the draft proposal we have presented. You have a discerning eye, very discerning. We're proud of our Shomaru kimono, but it is not getting the recognition it deserves. Our effort to make it popular is not yielding much result. I can wear it and help you in that however little, but does City Councilor Wakamiya know about your initiative? Oh man, here we go. Here we go, man, with her grandmother. City Councilor Wakamiya has always maintained an amicable relationship with Hidaka-san's Drapery. We cannot possibly ignore it by proceeding with this proposal irrespective of their wishes. The holder of the rights of Snowmaru, there it is, to Snowmaru, Marudo-san always shows enthusiasm regarding this project, but we will still need to confirm his consent once again before we can start. For now, I'm afraid this is all we can say. So Wakamiya-san, it turns out you already have someone filling in the role of your sponsor. That's not the way to act then. Adults view such things as breaking the rules. Also, why aren't you wearing a coat when it's so cold today? Wearing a sweatshirt for the meeting Fujioka's is rather rude too, you know. Because there is no coat amongst Snowmaru merchandise yet. Oh man, dude. It's gotta hurt because, you know, it's like picking between a college, you know, for a high school football player, whatever the case may be. Like flag nerds, they've been longtime fans of Alabama their entire life, but their family wants them to go to like Florida, or wants them to go to like Notre Dame or something, or Georgia. And like they themselves in their heart want to go to Alabama, but yet, even though they're so close to be able to go to Bama, they still have to, like, due to whatever the case may be, have to consider another option. Looks like the other option looks to be the one that like the family's the one that's supportive of, but it's not like your decision. You feel me? It's similar in that type of way. And I completely understand where Shinobu's coming from there. I envy you, Yuikawa-san. Why, you're strong in Karuta and smart. You want to be a doctor, aren't you? That's really nice. And for me, all I have is Karuta. Nah, man, Shinobu's like Flagnar's. You have this other thing with you, but for me, all I got is Karuta, dog. That's it. That's all I have. You see a smile. Practicing Wakamiya-san robs you of your confidence. How can you do, Momo-chan? If I played against her, I wouldn't even want to look at her. She's just too strong. For me, there's always a moment when this thought flashes through my mind. Is she now? Wait, I might actually stand a chance, no? At the very least. Yo, Momo is out here, like, deviously planning something here. I don't feel like losing to some third-year high school girl that resembles our blunderer. Momo. Here we see Chihaya. Koisucho. And Chihaya's even practicing in her kimono. I feel like I can do it. I should be more confident in that. You know, Kumo-san doesn't move her cards. She doesn't even move them to regroup. She doesn't even move them to group them together during a game. She focuses on memorizing the enemy formation because she can see her own clearly even without having to look at it. That's why I have to attack. I have to throw Inokuma-san off to make her falter. I can't make any take easy for her. Taking a card and sending it to her. Oh, she woke up. Sorry, I have no one to babysit her today. It's all right. Midori lets me sleep longer at night now. She tends to fall asleep after sucking on breast milk. But somehow my body refuses to produce milk just when I need it the most. I'm really sorry, Ayase-san, especially after you went to the trouble of bringing your Akama for practice. Yo, man, motherly things, man. Chihaya understands. For some reason, I thought breastfeeding is something you can take care of within 5 minutes. But it actually takes 30 minutes at the shortest. It's a break impossible to avoid. And during it, both her focus and stamina get disrupted and sapped. And even with that, she was still able to come back and go up in like swimwear in all those matches that she had, like for example in the Queen match. You know, like even with all these distractions and disruptions, she does not allow that to take away from the focus and from the immersion that takes place in an actual match. And that is something that one needs to learn. Like, at the very least that I need to learn, that Chihaya needs to learn. I'm sure that many of us all around the world need to learn, especially with the way the world is now and how easily it is to get distracted. Being able to actually maintain focus is a skill, man. That is a skill. And yet as soon as Yamashita-san's reading of the second verse starts playing, it's like traffic lights turns green. She claws into the sound with a vice-like grip. It's like that level to be able to turn it on and off in a moment. It's really is an acquired skill, man. Amazing. During practice, it's probably important to put the cards opposite of their usual position and try playing like that. I can't do it. Truth be told, but I heard Wataya-kun make sure to take about 20 cards even when they're displaced like that. Memorizing my opponent's placement is taking all my resources as it is. And to be able to remember 20 cards of his own when they're out of place on top of that, I have to try it too. Or soon relying on my hearing alone will stop being enough to win games. Oh, I'm sorry, it's already time for me to pick up the kids. And I'm just grateful that you make time for me at all. Truth be told, I wish I could practice without having to look at the time. Back in the day, I could go for 10, 11 hours straight like it was nothing. Looking back at the time when I was still a college student and single makes me realize that it was like I was riding a supercar like this one. I could just floor it without the need to worry about fuel consumption. And now I'm just a family geared light motor vehicle. Oh no. But I'm sure that when I look back 20 years from now, I'll see even the body of my 35-year-old self the way it is now as a supercar too. And I wish I floored it more at the time. It's like Inokuma is looking at it years in the future. Like, man, I want to have no regrets. I want to make sure that I gave it my absolute all, even at this age. Like, no matter what age that I get to, I want to progress and continue to do the most that I possibly can, because I know that later on the line, I want to be able to look back on it and be like, Flagnards, I could have done more, but I did as much as I could. And I completely understand that sentiment, man. Mama, Aki's first, no Janice. Ayase-san, I recommend you cover your ears. Yes, I'm here to pick you up. Mama, Chihaya-chan, will you eat dinner with us? We have a new daddy. No, she can't. Ayase-san is busy. Studying is hard, you know. No. Ayase-san, you never have enough time. You're sleepy and flustered and you have too much on your plate. It must be rough. But you keep playing, paying close attention to the starting sounds. I have no doubt that what you ride is a fast Vermilion supercar. I have to save this panel to the page. I have no doubt that what you ride is a fast vermilion supercar. My grandfather was a Karuta Meijin until the symptoms of dementia made themselves known. This is Arata. The Yakunin Ishun was like a natural extension of his body, but he stopped being able to tell the first verse from the second, and I couldn't look him in the eye in that state. But that was a mistake on my part. I should have relied on the Yakunin Ishun. I should have fought together with him. Should have played Karuta, should have hummed the poems. Karuta is said to be a game through which you can befriend people of all ages, but real circumstances are not always so bright. Some people cannot sit on their heels, others cannot hear very well. Still others have a pregnancy handicapping them. The Yakunin Nation has a strong cultural appeal, and it's possible for everyone to enjoy it equally. But things rarely go as smoothly, and in that it is similar to today's society. With competitive Karuta as my standpoint, I wish to try that trend and change it. My God. Yo, this man is delivering a speech, yo. Arata for president, dog. GOAThayafuru, are you going to become the Karuta Meijin? Oh, Harada, how did your interview go? Yo, I would accept him into any university immediately after hearing the heartfelt speech. Where'd you disappear to, Dad? I'm tired of waiting for you. I went out on a hunt for Pokemons. Tokyo is amazing, so many Pokestops here. Yo, my man was out here playing Pokemon Go. Okay, I respect it, son. If Mama ever gets wind of this, she'll be out hunting for you. I'm so frustrated I can't go with you. Oh, she's sick. It's her own fault for being down with a fever at a time like this. But don't worry, Arata, it's gonna be okay because Dad's here for you. Besides, there's always a next time, you know. So you just need to take her with you next time, see? Yes, I am. I'm going to become the Meijin. Yo, he answered it, dude. He's like, yo, I will be the Meijin. Chihaya-chan, I have completed my research. And Mama Kana comes back, also known as the fake undercollar. No one feels like a failure as a dry goods dealer. You put it under your normal wear, and it lets you move as fast as humanly possible and play Karuta freely. Thank you, Kana-chan. And here we have Chihaya, the East Japan representative in the Queen Title Tournament Shinami Society. Ayase Chihaya, 18. And yo, she's flexing that kimono, dog. I'm so relieved. You could put the kimono on without my help. I was so worried about what to do if you couldn't. The West Japan representative in the Meijin Title Tournament of Fukui Nagumo Society, Watayata 17. Are we doing this right now, bro? Mashima's not here? Is he gonna make it in time at this rate? The opening ceremony is about to begin soon. A car just pulled up. This man Taichi cut his hair! My man Taichi cut his hair! He's serious. The East Japan representative in the Meijin Title Tournament Shinami Society, Mashima Taichi 18. The East-West Challenger Final is now open. I gotta save this battle, bro. Bro, this man Taichi cut his hair. That is how you know he's dead set serious upon what is about to go down here, bro. Oh, man, dude. You know what? I'm gonna let my camera charge, and I'll be back. We are back with some more of that GOAThayafuru awesome sauce. I only have an hour, man, so let's get right into it, son. Let's get right into it with chapter 194. And another color page, dog. Yo, this must have been the stretch when they were just like, yo, feed Sugetsu the amount of money that they desire. You feel me? Like, just keep feeding the author some money, dude. I mean, come on. This is incredible. Right here, I'll squat it up, gang. This actually is a really, really nice color page. Even if the futures we aim for are different, you still remain in my heart. The East-West Challenger Final opens. What is the reason behind Taichi's bobbed haircut? Seriously, man. My man Taichi has a brand new fit, ready to go up in like somewhere against Arata. My man's like, yo, I'm a new man. I'm leveled up. I'm Dongai, man. I'm Super Saiyan. I'm in gear 2nd. Like, Taichi's showing a physical transformation here that you would normally see in, like, some sort of battle manga before somebody enters, you know, a portion of the battle arc, right? Like, an important portion of that arc, you know, where they need to go out and defeat said opponent. They just come back from training. And we didn't get to see any of Taichi's stuff. After Nishida and Destomo's conversation with Taichi and after he got his kimono, we really didn't get to see anything past that, right? We mainly got to follow it from Chihaya's eyes from that point on when her training in Okuma. So, but we continue here. Shinobu-san, why are you here? I heard from Issei-sensei that a girl from the Myojo Society is playing an important match today. I'll pay the train fare, so you should go cheer for her together with the rest. She has nothing to do with me. I only want the train fare. When did you become so greedy? And right here you have her look up. It's not much, but please accept it as a token of our goodwill. Kana? Yo, look at everyone. I guarantee you every single being in this room right now was reacting to Taichi's haircut. I felt it. The breath of the people who knew him caught. Look at yeah, look at Chihaya's face. Chihaya looks like she just saw, like, the most haunting of ghosts. And, like, her entire being is being sent out through the window. And the only thing left remaining is her body. Like, her soul is out of here. And Arata's not reacting much, but even him, he's like, flagnards. And here we have Taichi. Yo, my boy Taichi's looking fresh. I mean, he always he rocks anything, you know. That's Taichi, dog. That's Mashima Taichi. But he's rocking this haircut. No, real deal. And I felt time come to a standstill. Dog. And Chihaya is still shook. Arata. Yo, and Chihaya is still shook. Chihaya is still shook. Oh, what is it, Arata? I just decided that when I see you again, we'll give each other a high five. A high five? Why? Because all three of us won and we're able to make it here. Okay, Arata, I see. You're trying to break the ice with this, man. I like it. I like it a lot. Even though it probably wasn't even intentional knowing Arata, but still. I love it. And he smiles. Yo, it feels great to see the three of them together like this. But yo, post-training Taichi here, man. Rocking the new cut. It's Taichi. It's Taichi. Taichi, Arata. She grabs both of them, thinking back to all the memories with the series up until this point in time. Back whenever Taichi told her what he told her back at the train station, everything leading up to that, whenever the cars became black and all that insanity that happened there. And then Arata, whenever the series initially started, and Chihaya called him up on the phone, and he basically told her, like, yo, don't hit me up ever again, I'm done playing karata. Like, and to see both of them here, after that entire process went down, must be a moment of bliss for Chihaya, man. What a beautiful panel. Chihaya, good luck. Everyone's watching you. Maybe I'll go root for her as well. Although your sister chose to go on a date over coming here. Everyone's eyes are on you. Flagnards, bro. What am I witnessing, dude? Like, this is such a pivotal moment in the series, dog. Taichi versus Arata. The second, or the conference finals, whoever wins this gets to go face Shanks. If Chihaya wins this match, we finally get to see the promise fulfilled, and she will be able to go face Wakamiya Kuinobu. It's so cramped. Well then. The East Japan representative for the Meijin title tournament, Mashima Taichi, affiliated with the Shiranami Society, present. The West Japan representative for the Meijin title tournament, Wataya Arata, affiliated with the Fukui Nagumo Society, present. The East Japan representative for the Queen title tournament, the greatest of all times, the GOAT, one of the most incredible MCs in the history of the business, the MC that set me right down the path that I needed to be. She's rocking with the swagger, she's got the bangers, she's the queen, the future queen of the game, Ayase Chihaya-san. Affiliated with the Shiranami Society, I'm here. The West Japan representative, Yuikawa Momo-san, affiliated with the Kyoto Myojo Society, present. Here we go, man. And we see right here, double page spread. We remind you that the first contestant out of the pair to win 2 out of 3 games is acknowledged as the overall winner. And now, we are starting the first match of the Meijin and Queen Challenger Final. Holy flagnards. Such a relief, it's cooler than I expected. Someone closed the window over there. Right, closing it. Chihaya-chan. Can we see her? She raises up her arms. Comes back. Like she inhales all the air in the game. She actually inhales it. She looks like Kirby from Nintendo. And she lets out a deep breath. Yeah, I'm copying you, Sensei. I always wanted to try it. Wish me luck. You just see like, oh, black nerds. All right. If she's thinking about stuff like that within this moment, then you can already tell that things are gonna go good. At least I think they're gonna go good. Harada Sensei, Chihaya-chan intends to take you along for the ride. I know. Of course he does, man. If she wants to copy me, there are more important things to copy. Oh, come on, I know you're delighted. The dearest wish of the Shiranami Society is to someday produce a Meijin and a queen. Bro, and you know that Harada's rooting for Chihaya from the bottom of his heart, man. But by the flagnards, you know, because he grew up with the other two too, I already know, and because they're also rivals to him, he's going to be paying attention to that master qualifier match, man, 110%. Look at Taichi, bro. It looks like my man has entered, like, some sort of, like, transcendent mindset. Like my man has just transcended reality. It's really like it's Taichi from grade school. Exactly, man! I was wondering, I was like, yo, this looks mad familiar, but it is! It's Taichi with the short hair, like he was rocking all the way back in the day. Just like if he got a little bit older. I was like, yo, why does this feel a little familiar? That's why. Because he's rocking the same haircut. Thank you, Arata, for pointing that out. I knew his eyes were big, but I didn't think they were this huge. This is making my heart throb. Hey, relax, bro. Hey, keep that for after the match, my man. And look at Shanks. Mashima-kun? He shook. Eh? What's with that hair? What's going on? It's not what you think. I was just taking a stroll is all. It's a mere coincidence. I happened to end up here. Suo-san, I'm gonna win it. Yo, my man said I'm going to win. If I win, I would like you to listen to a request of mine. Just one. I'll make sure to win. Okay, Taichi, oh snap! My apologies. Gonna think of it, Taichi had an appearance on TV together with Suo-san, a disciple. I looked forward to the day when I would play Taichi. I really did, to the day when the two of us, having continued playing cards since we were little, would meet again in a culmination match. There we would have a great game, putting our very hearts into it. And then I would win. No other result existed for me. I wouldn't lose to Taichi. I didn't even consider the possibility that I would lose to Taichi. That to Taichi I could just be a stepping stone. Nor did I realize that I too viewed Taichi only as a stepping stone. Man, Masuke-kun, what do you plan to ask of the Meijin? I can't help thinking this despite myself. I thought GOAThayafuru might be weak against the Meijin type of player, but he's weak to antagonism. Could it be that depending on how he plays his cards to Masuke-kun, it could be advantageous? Oh, excuse me for a second. You see him taking a picture of the two matches going on right here? How's it looking? There's a lot of pesky cards in the Queen match. So many multi-syllable cards and a frightening variety of starting sounds. Yukawa-san seems to have switched to tactics with a more balanced formation instead of overcoming one side, yet a few of them can be paired. Only one of a pair is there. A cross sweep is out then, as well as a backswing, and she practiced it so hard. Very few one-syllable cards. Wait, Chihai-chan has no Chiha yet again? Oh, God, flag Nars, but she doesn't have a Chiha card. The Meijin match. 2S cards you'd have to fight for. You'd have to fight tooth and nail for. There's too many one-syllable and A cards that Matsuge-kun's have to be constantly attacked. You'd want to straighten out as soon as possible. All the O cards are Megane-kun's. Cross-swiping all the way. But this is, if you look at this from the viewpoint of defensive cards, it should be easy to defend. And right here you see the top board, and on the bottom board. They're ready. I've been thinking for a long time how I can win against Harada. Even Wakamiya Shinobu couldn't beat him. Reading for the first match is professional reader Igarashi Dan, 7. So how does one even pull it off? Chihaya did it, my man. Chihaya did it, bro. Just remember that, dog. Igarashi-san seems down. I heard he dropped his smartphone earlier, breaking it. Cannot tweet. He's sad, yo, because he can't release some tweets. He's like, yo, I just want to tweet. I'll go with this matches. My man just wants to go to Twitter and be like, yo, do a live play-by-play of how legendary these two matches are about to be. The answer. Nani wazu ni sakuyako no hana fuyu go mori. Ima o harube to sakuyako no hana. Lay with Chihaya. And we get a double page spread of... I gotta save this, man. I gotta save this page. This is one of the most well-constructed double page spreads that I have seen in the series thus far. And that's saying something, considering how many incredible double page spreads I've saved. But on the right, you have Chihaya thrusting forward. On the left side, you have the swift movements between Harada and Taichi. You know, I think Taichi got that card. I think he got that card. It's like Chihaya got that card. And I think Taichi got that card too. Hey, Taichi got that card. He gives out a massive yay. Let's get it, dude. I took a card from Harada. Yo, and then Harada looks down and he sees the old Taichi. Harada messed up his cross sweep. It was the very first card and he couldn't take it. Come to think of it, it was the same when we played at the Takamatsu Namoya camp. He killed my speed and made my cross sweep unusable. That sure did his research on me. If memory serves, I won by 4 cards at the time. Hey, Harada. Today I will win. My goal is to win by 4 cards. And specifically, Taichi wants to win by the same amount of cards in which Harada won last time. Holy flag nards! I can't believe Masuke-kun broke out of the kind of psychological warfare. How terrifying. And where you see Chihaya looks to the side. Excuse me. Taichi, Toski? Oh snap! Yo, Chihaya's putting on her Toski. Oh, this is about to be full 100% post GOAT Chihaya. This is Queen Chihaya right here. This is literally Queen Chihaya with the Toski? Full try. Terrifying indeed. Megane-kun can brush off his opponent's antagonism just fine. But he doesn't know how to resist the antagonism he himself feels. Especially when it's Chihaya, when it feels like Chihaya is helping Taichi win, you feel me? Like, that has to get to Arata psychologically. It always has. The answer Chihaya had is, you have to try to win, not for yourself or for someone else. With your sights set on a faraway goal, you have to enjoy Karuta. What am I witnessing? Ashibiki no... And who we have? Who got that one? You fumbled verifying the A cards that are huddled together, Arata. I did it. You have to focus on your own Karuta. Earnest, simple-minded, and oblivious to the harm you do. Oh, Machima-kun isn't doing half bad. Disturbing Wataya-kun's defenses by using others as a pretext. And right here you have Shanks sitting right next to Harada. Foo-foo, this certainly gets me pumped up. Here you have Chihaya. And Ayase-san too. That take of hers was pretty awesome, no? Even I won't go for Oe on the first syllable. Sukubane no. And we see she goes in and she takes that card too. For him there are 28 one-syllable cards, 28 of them. No, sorry, it's 27 actually. 28 of them. Yo, Chihaya's focusing. She's gonna get 28 of them. And she swipes the Flagnards out of that card. And here we have Shinobu. Wait, is this your first time reading a Shinkansen train? Okay, well, we'll warn you when it's your stop. You don't need to get off at the Tokyo station, but that's the final stop. Yo, man, Shinobu's gonna get here in time to witness it. And here we have an incredible... Whoa, yo, I gotta save this page. You got some cranes together with Chihaya. It's a really, really cool color page. We continue. Come on. Come on, next page, man. Next page, dude. I gotta read this greatest. Verse 195. 195, man. Come on, dude. And we have another color page. Yo, whoever's in charge of like having these color pages for this magazine, they know quality when they see it. Yo, and Chihaya's looking mad fresh right here. Come on, let's get right into it. Here we see everyone. I mean, yo, everyone has their breath held, they're shook. We see Mama Chihaya and Grandmama Kana. Here we see Awajishima. So Chihaya took another card. Shanks is looking over, he's observing because he's seeing the greatness of how Chihaya has blossomed. It was just too fast, don't you think? How was it even possible to take cards at such speed? Indeed, Chihaya-chan is incredible. She is, dude. It is what they apparently call having extraordinary hearing. The ability to differentiate between the smallest nuances of the sound you hear. It's almost like she knows what will be read even before she hears it. No, you have to agree that precognition is a little too much. No, man, her observation hockey is literally up there. It is not a stretch. Young Chihaya. Chitose. Yes. Oops. I'm amazed you knew that I was going to call your name Chihaya. My mistake? No. So, even from that point on, she always was able to differentiate the sounds. Like, before somebody would say, like, just something like that, like Chihaya or Chitose. That is fascinating. I'm amazed you knew I was going to call your name Chihaya. When my mistake surprised and even confused even myself for a second. Yeah, I just knew for some reason. Chihaya, did you put your PE uniform into the washing machine? It's not that rare for a parent to call it the wrong name despite having the right child in mind. I just knew for some reason, but for her to understand that I was going to call her name when I said Chitose. Chitose, Chihaya. To her, even the chi must be two different sounds. What does it have to Karuta? Why can she be so earnest about it? I always ask myself these questions, but now seeing this who has developed Ayase-san this far, it has been the collective journey that she has been on this point, but specifically, thanks to post or what has been taking place in the past, I would say 40 or so chapters, thanks to Pseudo continuously helping her in training, and thanks to Inokuma continuously helping her in those equal matches that they had just recently. You have them too, Ayase. You have 21 syllable cards, 28 of them. Say, Ayase-san, if Tsuo-san 28 cards are one syllable, doesn't it make you think that it may be possible to you too? Yes. Okuyama-san helps me with that too. Okuyama-san? A deer? Okuyama ni. And we see apparently, I think the other individual just took this card. Dead card. Oh, it's a fault. Momo-chan, you let yourself get flustered. Ayase-san starts moving early and it throws your senses off. I knew it wasn't Oku, but I went into action just in case. I work some or something. I gotta calm down. Ayase-san is a third-year high school girl, and there's no need for two monsters among third-year high school girls. Yo, there definitely is two monsters, dude. Kimi ga tame. Oh, and you see immediately, I mean, yo, this panel structure is out of this world. On top, you see them both swiftly move, and when you see you see both of them just go forward. I think Chihaya got that card. Shikaraza Yurishi no Chisai, and it looks like, but me and Momo got it. I was supposed to be, it was my take. But with this, I now see just how much have you been practicing it. I can tell you've been training to specifically target the left-handed cover technique, intercept and counter it. It's because she's been training to face Wakamiya Queen Obu, son. My first experience with Karuta was New Year's Meiji in Queen Matches broadcasted live on BS. It was the year when Queen Watarai took her 10th title in a row. She's so fast that pulling her over for speeding might be a good idea. Well, dang, man, I like those references. Oh yes, it's so blatant. It's so blatant that you naturally want to levy a fine on Watarai-san. So goddess, and what is your reason for placing all the 4 top cards like that? Because I can take them faster that way. Strong Karuta players had become my idols. I put together a history archive and started collecting books that notable people of the Karuta world self-published, begging them to let me have a copy. Okay, so she went through this obsessive type of phase, and I know how that is because I went through. I'm still in that phase. I would dare say. Kawase-san's top speed in her prime is about that of Watarai-san. Really? I wish I could have seen a game between Watarai and Wataya Hajime-san. Yo, you don't want to know the greatness of Wataya Hajime, dude. True indeed. No longer fighting their prime, and it's like it's carried. Their wills are carried on through the generations. Let's have a good game then. And she was able to witness Queen Obu like in the flesh. No matter how strong Wakamiya-san is, she can't hold a candle to Watarai-san the way she was back then. No one can come close to the gods and goddesses I hold dear in my heart. All the opponents I play against are just small fry. Look at this. Bro, look at the focus. Like, yo, I'm telling you, man. Like, you know, for MJ in the slam dunk competition, like, yo, look at the hang time, look at the fine motion, look at the focus, look at the hearing, look at the intent, look at the hockey. Look at the hockey. That's my goat. Shai goes forward and smacks the flagnard. No, she doesn't. She just swings at the air. But all that focus. And swing adjusts the air. You went in too soon. She swung at nothing and went back. But it was enough to stop her opponent from moving facts. The King's hockey was too much. The King's hockey, dude. That's Ayase Chihaya, dude. She took Michi and sent Mika, no, splitting it and Mikaki. Chihaya-chan dictates the pace of this game. She's going to attack for all she's worth. No matter where I place this card, I can feel it ending only badly. Itsumi kitote kai koshi kakudan. Or karudan. I do not know if we have met. Why then do I long for her? Mika no hara over Mika's plane, gushing forth and flowing free, is Izumi's stream. And here we see one panel of Momo. We may not be Izumi's stream split in two as it gushes forth from Mika's plane, but when have we met for me to... Yo, I gotta save this panel. What is going on, bro? I mean, legit, what am I witnessing, dude? Hold on, I can't take this no more, dude. This is way too hype, son. This is way too hype. Way too hype. I will move the cards. Oh? She's crowding the left side of her formation so much, she's acting out of despair. To be able to start moving as early as possible, Chihaya-chan made sure to memorize the formation very thoroughly. How nasty. Although when it comes to memorization strain, Yuikawa-san herself should be in the same boat. Momo-chan. And now we see Momo takes a card. Alright, coming picking up cards is what Momo-chan's natural rhythm is. I was too late. Memorize, focus. Offensive Karuta players always talk about the bottom right row. But what will you do if there is no bottom right row to speak of? Okay, Momo, she's clapping back. It was ex-Meijin Tanuma from the Yokohama Aracha Society who said this first. Yo, so her knowledge on Karuta history is top notch. You cannot change your player ability overnight. So in order to play while winning, like you usually play, you have no choice but to slow down your opponent. The key factors for it is your card placement and the cards you send. Can't be helped, I suppose. I did consider the possibility that someday when I'm old, I might actually say it. Back then, Wakamiya-san too strong was like a goddess. As was Ayase-san. Yeah! Someday I might hold them dear and miss them. And if I don't give it my everything, as I face all of them in their prime, my future self will be sure to kick me hard for it. I love this so much, dude. Like, I can relate to this so much. To be able to... It's just like the Inokuma thing, man. I mean, seriously, but in the current flesh, in the current time period, to take advantage of every second that you have because you don't know how long you'll have it, and to have those thoughts in current time will make you try to take full advantage of everything that you have. What's with that girl? Did she switch your entire playing style? This Momo-chan's not normal formation. She went back to her original formation the way it was before she changed it. In order to compete with Shinobu-chan, the arrangement designed to be hateful to right-handed players. It's hard to play like this with 5 cards being moved. It's more than I can handle. Harada Watsuki made sure to take about 20 cards when they were displaced. I see, so Yukawa-san can do the same too. It's so hard to play like this, but Chihaya, don't give up, baby. That's what makes the challenger final decisive. No. I can't believe what I'm winning. Like, dude, on one hand, you have Chihaya versus Momo. You know, these two. I mean, I'm a Chihaya tard, so like naturally, of course, I want her to go ham on her opponent. But Momo just played it a case as being a really awesome character. But on the other side, you have a rivalry of legend that I was so invested in. I completely didn't even like process or think about putting on the Santa hat. I should have had this thing on from the moment that this thing started. It's Harada versus Taichi. Like I just said, I touched it just as I slowed my hand down and covered. I was the first to touch it. Your hand stiffly bumped into mine after that. No, that wasn't how it went. I felt it the moment I touched it. It was just the corner of the card next to it. You know, Harada will contest the card Murao because this is Taichi, son. He feels most comfortable, most comfortable and most uncomfortable in this situation. Same thing with Taichi. I remember what happened before, and with Mashima-kun at that. Harada, umpire. Mashima-kun's take. Phew, I apologize. Focus on your own karata. The karata that Suo-san showed me is riddled with holes. Winning and losing don't matter. Karata itself doesn't matter. Neither the strength nor the opponent in front of you. Not the Chihaya card. Chigiriki. No, but it was a Chi card. It was still a Chi card. His cover of Chiha was still skillful. Harada was way too late to even start moving, probably because of the earlier dispute over a card. If it were Chiha being read just now, I would have lost it. Once you let go of it because none of it matters, your body starts feeling so light. Yo, so Taichi like let go of all those burdens that were there in the past. It's kind of like him cutting off his hair, and as he cut off his hair, all those burdens that were there before, that were weighing him down beforehand, are now gone. And you start noticing how stiff your opponent is being. Impossible. Breathe out, breathe in, and they go in. Chi, Jigiri no Kishi. He was set up just now and he fell for it. He was made to commit a double fault. Let's get it. Did you know Harada? He didn't waste any time sending a card, not intending to let Harada put himself together, huh? The ways to stop the flowy karata that is compared to a running stream are not limited to simply damming it up. What if I make lots and lots of water run and stream while you turn into a stone, Harada? What a line. He went for it with every bit of speed he has, huh? Harada, for him to send the cards flying this violent, make it no mistake, in Harada, I'm the strong one. So don't you stand. I can't do this. So don't you stand in my way, Taichi. That's right, from the get-go. That's the face I wanted to see. This is the Harada. This is the savage Harada. Let's get it, dude. I'm here for it, baby. I'm here. Come on, go. Oh, is this popularity? I'll look at this later. Bro. I gotta see this match. Come on. Load page. You're in my way, Taichi. Yet again, did I just look down on Taichi and Harada? But bro, that's you. You are able to be yourself right now, within the confines of this match. What am I doing? All 3 of us won and we were able to make it here. Even the joy I felt upon seeing him was real. Excuse me, I'll move the cards. Wasuraru. I'll move the cards. I'm going to make Mikano here. Oh, what is he doing? He's splitting the cards yet again. He's guarding his middle right row. This is Hanasaso. See, and then Taichi takes this one. I don't know and how to say. I love how he takes that because of the Hanano connection, right? With Sumire are both still in the game. He went for Harusa without hesitation. That's because he knows these cards, man. He knows them, bro. He just got lucky. So no, he doesn't get lucky. He's the president, dude. He knows. He is the cap. All these cards mean a lot to him because of Mizusawa, man. He's so calm and ease with Megane-kun as his opponent. Yomosugara. Kono Hito wo. The right side of Masuke-kun's formation has either of those or the cards that start with the same syllables. Filling his middle right row like this with all the cards you naturally want to target, he's seriously intending to have Harada target only those as he claims all the other cards for himself. Usually his karata as his formation is well balanced on all 4 sides, but right now it's like it's falling apart. You're being awfully stiff right now, you know, Harada. 4 cards in a row. Yo, Taichi's out here taking dubs, dude. Maybe I can actually make good on my word and win by 4 cards. And you know that psychological warfare has to piss off Harada, dude. Don't force yourself, Harada. You think I'm a hindrance, right? It's fine to think of me that way. Don't pretend to be a good boy. To me, you've always been a hindrance all this time, ever since we were 12. And it's like the true feelings and thoughts of both of these characters are now coming out into fruition. They're utilizing it as this motivation to push them forward in this match, man. Here we see Shinobu. I shouldn't have gone. Going to watch the Challenger final was a really absurd idea. I shouldn't have done it. I thought it'd work out if I somehow just boarded the Shigans and trained, but what did I do after that? How do I get to the Otsuka Karuta Hall? In my smartphone, I only have the numbers of my family and Suo-san, and I have a feeling that even if I looked at the station map, I wouldn't figure out what transfer I should make anyway. And the woman from the seats next to me can't seem to stop trying to strike up a conversation with me. Just leave me alone, seriously. You're shivering so much, are you alright? You don't have to worry about riding past your stop, but where do you need to get to from the Tokyo station? Can you use a map app alright? I don't care about map apps anymore. Wait, aren't you? I thought I saw you somewhere. You're the Karuta Queen, right? You're really her, I knew it. I watched a whack-a-mole game. I love how everyone knows her as the whack-a-mole girl now. With you the other day. What are you talking about? What do you mean, queen? You don't know? Don't tell me you don't know. What is a Karuta queen? She's the queen of competitive Karuta. Karuta? Still, don't you get it? You know the Hyakunin Isshin, don't you? Oh, yes, I know. I do know that Hyakunin Isshin. And it's like immediately Shinobu's like interest in this person like skyrocketed because of that. We all learned them in grade school. The competitive Karuta must be that game, right? The one where you try to take the cards at some unbelievable speed and you're the queen in it. Wow. On TV, she was super fast whacking those moles too. Hyakunin Isshin is an old classic, but you're doing something new with it. So is there any specific reason you're writing a Shinkansen train today? A girl I know is having an important game today. Only this is my first time going to Tokyo on my own, so how approve of you. What's your destination? I'll help you look up a route on your smartphone. We're getting off at Shin Yokohama, going to the arena for the Pure's live concert. Do you know them? They're Korean idols and they're so impossibly cool. The concert in the evening, but we want to buy some merch before then, so they're going there early. We're literally spending a small fortune on the hotel accommodations and merch. It must look really silly, right? It's not silly. I can relate. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Yo, Shinobu can relate. She's the same girl who goes to the bird rally and goes to the Snowmaru obsession, so she can definitely relate, man. I'm happy to hear. Business card here. Take our business card. So it's only right that I should be the one to get to decide how to spend my own money. It's so nice. You two are so cool. Although I'm the queen, it's not like I'm a pro player. I can't buy what I want on my own yet. So even small stuff like that, like the fact that they can buy stuff on their own, it gets to Queen Obu. Because it's something that she wishes she could do, you feel me? The next stop is Shin Yokohama. This is such a weird thing and to total strangers too. So it's okay, Shinobu. Speak from your heart, girl. Stop holding all that stuff in. The stop is so short. So we asked the passengers whom may concern to get ready. Our bags, we can't forget our bags. The other day I went and said weird things to Yuikawa-san too. What's going on with me? I don't like it. I hate it. I'm possibly no good at dealing with strong-willed, self-dependent women. Queen-chan, I don't really know your situation, and I don't know much about Karuta, but I understood something about the Hyakunin Nation. It's your super strong ally that helps you to pull through, so do your best and good luck. What a line, man, from a total stranger. Hello, miss. You forgot your Shinkansen ticket on the seat train, and oh, thank goodness you found it, right? Without it, I couldn't go to the ticket gate. I paid for the full amount. Could you take it to the fare adjustment office on the Tokyo station for me? Before that, can you take a pic of it and send it to me? I've never tried taking pictures of my smartphone before. For real? Okay, this is how you do it. Yeah, this is so precious, man. Like the fact, touch the camera icon, type the number in the message. I'm like she's doing all this stuff that is like so like second nature to us. She's taking her phone and it's like flag nards. Okay, the camera thing right here. Chook chook. Look at that. She's getting excited with the fact that she sent the message. Thank you, my savior. I'm glad I give you my business card. You do your best too, Queen. Shut up. See you on TV again. It's like the small stuff like that really matters, man. Oh, sorry. What's with you? And now she's surrounded once again by all of these human beings. Excuse me, I'm really sorry, but I have a question. Where should I go to board the Marunoichi line? Tokyo Station has more history than the Kyoto one. I suppose it is for the reason it's hard to figure out. First, you gotta go through the Shinkansen ticket gate. Can I board the Marunoichi line with an Ikuka card? It is quite hard to figure out. Well, let me think. I'm possibly no good at dealing with strong-willed, self-dependent women. These think back to her grandmother. But even self-dependent women know that sometimes they need help. Fascinating line. And I would dare say that doesn't even just apply to women. I would dare say to men as well. But right here we go back. It appears that it's raining outside too. Right here we see Momo. Here we see Momo and Chihaya. East-West Challenger final umpire for the Queen Challenger matches. Nishijima Mitsuko, Don 7. I see. Yuikawa-san drastically changed her arrangement halfway through the game. because that must be her originally preferred placement. She's steadily defending her left half while not forgetting to move cards from the right half there too. I can't get over that Queen Obu sequence, man. You see those small little precious character moments of like her attempting to take a picture and send it, like stuff like that really sticks with you. And I always love stuff like that in my series. And I'm glad that they gave those little small panels to just a little sequence like that, because it's stuff like that really sets apart Chihayafuru from other series for me. Because it's stuff like that that sticks with me the longest. Those little small moments of interaction and of really getting to know your characters. I love it. I absolutely adore it. But anyways, I'm Mutino. There really is no more bottom row to speak of anymore. Still, she's very calm. What should I target now? What? My only choice is the bottom left row now, I guess. Wabi Mureba. Ice-san, you're focusing too much on the left side of your opponent's formation. Yuikawa-san's Karata is not like Ice-san's explosive Karata with impressive takes. But earning a win at a time when you really want to win is not something that can be accomplished through simply pushing hard. With Yuikawa-san, you can feel her desire to win through how solid and how thorough her Karata is. Excuse me, she knows when to take a pause. Momo-chan is so calm now, just do your best. It's so hot, why isn't the AC running? Because it makes noise when working, so it could be an excuse for those with great hearing. Jeez, even my chest is all sweaty. But I can stay calm as I play, and my condition is certainly not bad. But the same goes for Ayase-san. For some reason, I can tell a 5-card difference. I can tell she has solid basics. The girl before me is a girl with really good hearing on her best game. A girl who could keep calm even with no AC. What should I do to win against her? What can I do to win against her? And she comes back down. Me, Kao no, Harada, and we see Chihaya. Yo, the art in these chapters have been spectacular, dude. Now, I'm not just talking about the art when it comes to the characters and their expressions. I'm talking about like the panel structure, the way that the everything's being laid out. I mean, it has been magnificent. This is like some of the best stuff that I have seen from an art standpoint from this artist. It's phenomenal, dude. It is absolutely phenomenal. Chihaya took that card. Good, I was able to take Mikano cleanly. Good going, so far so good. She goes back. Momo's looking, and she looks over to the side, and she notices something. Excuse me, one more card. Hey, please send one more card. I touched Mikaki, so it was a double fault for me. So please send me another card. She owned up to a double fault of her own will, despite each extra card on her half hurting her chances immensely. What a relief. I was about to call attention to that fault if Yuikawa-san didn't say anything herself. Sayase-san was paying no heed to anything other than the card being read. She didn't see it. And that's just classic Chihaya. At such a crucial moment where you cannot help wanting to cheat a little, she came out and confessed. Inside her heart, there must be someone who dwells there. Someone who watches. That's fascinating. And we can tell by her admiration for the history of the game that she wouldn't want to cheat the game. You know what I'm saying? Stand tall. Do not let your focus waver. Playing against a strong opponent is scary. But it's scary when others view you as a coward. I love that line. It is okay. The winner of the first game by 7 cards is the GOAT, the legend, the queen. Ayase-san, you have a fighting chance in the next game. Thank you for the game. You did it, Ayase. As she falls asleep, classic Chihaya. A good game. Do your best in the next one. Nishijima-san spoke to me. She and Yamada-san were my idols. Were idols and matchless rivals in the 60s of the Showa period. Thanks to her shooting takes, utilizing her sharp eyesight, she was known as the Falcon. What about Taichi and Harada's game? Facts! That's what I want to know, dude. I think it went out under your hand. No, it did not. Only the card was under my hand. I had a feeling they were contesting cards a lot earlier, too. 3-card difference? Who's winning? Whenever it's a close match, Mashima contests every such card. Is that so? In that case, I apologize. But it immediately gives up. Arata-kun, don't let it get to you, Arata. Something is building up. Arata, it's okay to think of me as a nuisance. It's okay to admit that now that I'm somewhat strong, I've become a nuisance to you. Bro, look at Taichi, dog. 2-4, huh? If he plays it right, he has a chance to win. Yes, he does. It's the only way until you acknowledge those feelings. To the two of us. The two of us can't stand as equals. Yes. Oh, you took it. Yes. No. This was my take. And you see that Arata states that it was his. But no, my hand touched it faster. No, I think I was faster. If it's recorded as my take, it'll be 2-1. The score will be 2-1, and once it's 2-1, it's possible for me to win. I have pressured even Arata this far. It's even possible for me to win. I want to win. Let go. And he thinks of Shanks. Is that so? In that case, it's yours. The winner of the first game by 3 cards is Wataya-kun. Thank you for the game. Thank you for the game. No. He let him have it. He was like, all right, man. You good? Take it. The second game will start at 12:30. This is a sweat fest, dude. It was a close game. Who could imagine their strength is about equal? Color me surprised. Do you know about that last take? If you watch that moment in slow-mo, it looks like the East boy touched the card first, no? Playing against a strong opponent is scary. But it's far scarier when others view you as a coward. Nah. So now it's gonna affect Arata psychologically. Oh, flag nerds. And here comes Queen Nobu trying to find the thing. Is this the anime? It is the anime. This is season 2. No. Is it? This is season 2, right? There's season 1. This is season 2. Season 2. And we get another color page right here. Yo, what is all these, so many color pages, dude? I mean, I love it. I dig it. Come on, next chapter. Come on, load. Load, man. Right here we see the cover. And we get a gorgeous color page of Mizusawa. Oh, this has to be saved. This has to be saved. And there's no like there's no text. It's just a clean. Oh, this looks beautiful. Let's go. 197. Dance time and time again, strong and beautiful. If you watch the match in the moment in slow-mo, it looks like the East boy touched the card first, no? And now that's gonna stick with Arata. Because they're like, man, Taichi touched it first. It's like my lack of confidence pinned me down, immobilizing me. That's right, because I was so close, I ended up asserting it was my take. Without even asking the umpire's opinion. Because I didn't want to let the score come down to 1-2. Because I wanted to end it quickly. You're such a coward, you know. Nah, man. I wish I could redo that card's take. Hey, what's wrong? Arata, your eyelid is twitching. Are you okay? Nah, man. Yo, he's gonna feel really, really bad about that, bro. Taichi. What should I do, Taichi? You succeeded in pressuring him and almost did it, Mashima. It was a good game. The way you were so calm in the middle of the game was awesome. You really made Wataya feel cornered. One, sorry, I was watching Isis-san's game the whole time. You stole all my attention, but I was surprised to see you look like you were having fun for once. I've got to say I wasn't expecting you to give up your claim on the last card, though. I thought the same, you should have at least asked the umpire to make the call. It was such a close take that you could have turned the game around. It was such a waste. It was your chance to win, no? Well, in that situation, Suo-san would have conceded the card too, right? If I let myself get clingy, I won't win today. Nah. Let it go. Let everything go. I've got to distance myself from both winning and losing. Still have one more game to play. No, 2 more games to play. Mashima, you can tell how focused, how utterly serious about it he is. 110%. You can tell how serious he is about this, man. And I can't blame him because this is his rival. You feel me? It's rival. It just might happen. Mashima just might win. He just might. I want one of you to be my card boy for moving the cards on the demonstration board. Is it really okay to leave Isis-senpai sleeping like this? Now was the only time window she can eat her lunch. Her opponent is eating her lunch already. It is fine. This is normal for Chihai-chan. When she awakes, she will raid her stock of bananas and chocolate. Thanks for the meal. Momo-chan, you have a healthy appetite. And I didn't eat all that much. I only have 15 minutes before the next game. Did you know, Blunderer-kun, that food is the best nutritional supplement in a situation like this? It's actually amazake. It's effective against fatigue, relieves stress, good for your skin and hair, and improves blood circulation and helps with constipation issues. Interesting. But I forgot to buy it, so go buy it for me. Okay, I guess I'm off. Wait, what? Yo, Queen Nobu, I finally made it here. Welcome here, son. The Queen? Don't tell me that Queen Nobu is gonna help Chihaya in a similar way that Chihaya helped Queen Nobu back in the Queen match in season 3. Do you people know that it's snowing outside, right? Snowing? Welcome here, son. Why? Tokyo is a scary place, but you, I somehow felt it. I felt her presence nearby. But why is she here? I happened to hear that the Mutual Society will be reimbursed the traveling expenses. I was free, so I thought it would be a good opportunity to see the Sky Tree, and here I am. Can you think of it? What became of my first game? Oh, I lost by 7 cards. Oh. Yo, she looks over, she sees your eyes slump, and she's like, oh, like, is that so? Well, yes, but I don't need advice or anything. I'm not going to give it. Try to give advice to a senpai is embarrassing. It's just I thought that the gift I received from Fujioka's drapery would be quite useful to you, Kawa-san. It's a piece of underwear to wear under your kimono. You want me to change here and now? You can't be serious. I am, though. Gosh, don't joke like that. Yo, I love how Shinobu's being considerate. In a similar way, it's like she's taking all those thoughts and emotions that she just recently felt, and also what she felt by Chihaya back in season 3, and is applying that here in the situation. It's so fascinating. Okay, let me see. The people of Fujigo's store said it's perfect playing Karuta. What kind of article is this? T-shirt with an under kimono collar. What functional design? A t-shirt that frees you from the weight of a proper kimono slip. I thought it would be perfect fit for you, Kawa-san, since you get hot easily. That's all there is to it. Sorry if it was rude of me. No, wait. I'm gonna change, so help me. I'll be happy to help too. Mama Kana here too, dog? You gotta love how the camaraderie between them will allow them to help each other, no matter if they're enemies. And it's so amazing to me. A t-shirt with an under kimono collar, I cannot believe something like this existed. Fujiko Draper is a major player in Kyoto. Kana's like seeing this as a rival here. And this new functional type of products is what they're offer there. We cannot sit idly chanting traditions that letting kimono be treated as something you only wear on special occasions is not the way to go. To make it popular again and revive it as an everyday wear, it's important to rise up to this kind of flexibility challenges. What? Shinobu-chan, why are you here? Oh, Chihaya just recognized. Did you hear from me? Chihaya, are you an idiot? Chihaya, I'm not gonna lie, Chihaya though, she thought the same thing I thought. It was like, Shinobu's coming here to low-key cheer on Chihaya. Chihaya, are you an idiot? As a member of the same society, I'm here to cheer for Yuikawa-san. You were right. It's not hot at all. And I feel so light. I want to win. I'm back and I brought some amazake. Ayase-san, do you want some too? I suppose it's good for fatigue. Oh, yes, I would like some, please. Here, you can have some too, girls. Thank you. You're a fool, Bakasaku. Dumb fool. It's yummy. It's been once I had amazake. It's warm. I wish I could give some to Taichi and Harada. Even I could feel how tense their game was. I really wish I could. It's warm. I had this thought. How about we all together... Eh? Suokun, are you leaving already? What about the second game? It's an important match for your only disciple, you know? He's not my disciple. When all is said and done, I think GOAThayafuru will still win in the end. And watching him too doesn't do anything for me, so I'm leaving. But watching Ayase-san play got me pumped up. For that, I'm grateful. Yo, I got it buffed. Didn't Shanks come here to root for Matsuke-kun? I can't really tell with him. Matsuke-kun played his cards brilliantly in the first game, right? But that game ended with a very controversial take, and I'm sure to the formal winner, Megane-kun, it doesn't feel like victory. The question is, can he get over it during the break, and how? Here we see Arata walking over. Mura-kun, how's Arata doing? He didn't touch the bento Yu-chan made for him, but drank 3 bottles of green tea. Why is his intake so unbalanced all of a sudden? None of Arata-kun's takes in the first game were his usual satisfying ones. Is Mashima-kun really that strong? Well, I did lose to him once, so... How did I make it up to him? How do I return to the times when I could play Karuta my best with an easy mind? No, don't tell me Arata is gonna have to go back to that room. The room that he tried to abandon. He's gonna have to go back to. It won't work anymore. It's not the same now, it's different. Arata looks down, he looks over. Eh? Whoa, snow. No, Chihaya and the rest of the girls opened up the windows to show snow. Taichi, Arata. It's cold, it's really cold. Cold, too cold. Hey, wait. Sorry, we wanted to let in a breath of fresh air into the room. They opened the windows without asking. These girls have no manners whatsoever. Now that Harada and Race teach them any respect. We're terribly sorry about them. Looks like the girls are in high spirits. What a double spread. The air in the room really has changed. Our apologies. It was cold. Getting cold somehow warms you up. Stop it, Chihaya. Well, it's over now, I hope. And please line up your cards. To think it's snowing. I don't want to remember that sensation. It's only getting in my way right now. Nah, Taichi. You asked Suo-san earlier to promise you to fulfill your request if you won. What is that request? I'm not telling you, obviously. Why not? It has to be a pretty big one, no? And you'll get it granted by winning against me, right? I have the right to know what it is. It's only fair that way, no? Shanks hasn't been to his family's home in Nagasaki for more than 8 years now. He looks like he wants to visit them, but for some reason never actually goes through with it. I just wanted to harass him a little. So I thought I'd have Suo-san go visit Nagasaki if I won. Nah, Taichi's always thinking of others, dude. With the last card in our first game, it might have been your take after all, Taichi. I'm sorry for unreasonably asserting it was mine, but since just apologizing won't change anything, how about I will try to take the first How about I will try to take the first 5 or so cards with my glasses off. Watch out! Like in the original, with my glasses off after the memorization time is over. This man stated he's gonna take his glasses off. Like back in the day. Oh, you don't be ridiculous, but I feel bad, you see. I feel even worse. Your touch is like you're looking down on me thinking that you could take a card with your glasses off? Don't disrespect me, coach. What's up with the East-West Challenger Final umpire for the second Meijin title game, Washio Hiroki, Dan 6. What is Arata-kun saying? No idea, but somehow looks like Arata's usual airheadedness is back. What should I do then? Like I care, just forget about it and be done with it. That's exactly why I don't like. Then, if it comes down to luck of the draw, concede the game to me. Okay. No, you let him know, son. It's gonna have to come down to luck of the draw then if he stated that. Just not for a second, for a brief moment just now. What are you saying, Arata? Are you an idiot? Suddenly got reminded of the words Yoshioka-sensei said to me. Or to express my wishes, I wish you had a worthy rival, someone to you, who to you would be what Sato Kyoko Dan 9 was to your grandfather. Sato Kiyohiko, a Dan 9 player, was my grandpa's rival. It was mentioned progressed a lot after Sato-san had died. A rival that was also his pillar of emotional support. The enemy bad for grandpa's blood pressure. The damn Sato exchanged information again, can you believe it? Putting out Arashi and Araza to the side. As a defensive karate player, karate is light but nasty. It's something I need to beat no matter what. It was only when we talked about Sato-san's karate that grandpa was that intense and emotional. When we play each other next time, the Kyoto tournament, I'll be there. Because they were rivals. Yeah, man, rivalry, I'm telling you, was such a beautiful thing, man. When I play against him, I feel it distinctly. Taichi loathes me. Taichi loathes me, and I too. It's okay. It's okay for me to think that I despise him. That he's a nuisance, a roadblock in my way. Finally, he's accepting his feelings, man. So how many cards do you plan to win this round? By 1, I guess. As apparently my opponent says he'd concede the look of the draw to me. What about you, Arata? By a lot as usual? Snow, huh? It brings back memories. The thing with kids is, no matter how much they love karate, no matter how strong they're at it, they can't go on if they don't have any friends. Taichi, you are my rival, right? Then I'll just have to crush you. Yo, I'm gonna leave it off right there. When I let my crime charge, I'm gonna go do everything I have to do, and I'll be back, dude. I've been saying this a lot, but I legitimately think that what I'm witnessing right here might be my favorite stretch in the series, man. I mean, yo, it's too goat, dude. We're back. Let's get right into it, man. Come on. Next page, then I'll just have to crush you, man. And you know the most fascinating part? Another color page? Alright, they know what we want. They know who's the GOAT. They know that Chihayafuru brings in the money, it brings in the sales, it brings in the people. That's what I'm talking about, man. Chihaya's out here flexing. Like she's Chitose, straight up sumo wise. Like I see the pose. Let's get into it. Look at this, bro. Look at the hockey. I'll crush you, Taichi. And then Taichi with his eyes completely wide open. Arata's eyes lit up. Dog, it's time. It's time. This is about to be insane. He finally sees me. And for Taichi, that level of recognition from Arata has to have him on this high, on this sense of like, Flagnards, I made it to this level. It was thanks to all the hard work and all things and this entire journey up to this point in time. But now Arata sees me for who I am, son. He finally sees me. Here we go. Meijin title qualifier, Watai Arata. Fukui Nagumo Society, 1 win. Queen title qualifier, Ayase Chihaya. Fuchu Shiranami Society, 1 win. The side scoring 2 wins versus declared the winner. Second game of the Challenger Final. Professional reader, Makino Midori. Let's get in it. Makino-san, huh? No good. Umpire. It's Imada Yuko-san. Before the Watarai era. Oh, here we go. Here comes, flipping what's her name, doing this all over again, where she's going on her little history thing. Before the Watarai era, there was an era of 2 great queens, Nishihara-san and Imada-san. And when it comes to that passionate era, Imada-san's almost divine prediction ability has long since become legendary. Yuikawa-san, can I have your attention for a second? If you tuck the part of your kimono sleeve that's under your arm into your obi, it will not sweep anything unnecessary. Thank you for the advice. That will allow you not to send any extra cards flying. I just hate it to an absurd degree when something is done ineffectively. She came up with an excuse, but what she wanted to bring to her attention was, dog, just put it on correctly. You feel me? Like, just do something so you can be effective. And here comes Chihaya. She's stretching. She's emoting. She's ready to go for him like swimwear. Ayase-san will probably win this by winning 2 matches in a row. She's moving freely like she does not feel any pressure at all. But above all, is her incredible reaction time to the sound. And what's incredibly impressive, or what's been incredibly impressive to me, on Chihaya's, as far as like her playing has been in this entire qualifier, and in this conference final, is that it feels like she's on this like next level of just focus at this point in time. And I think that's due to the fact that Harada and Taichi are there too. So it's like she realizes that both of them right now are going at it together. And they're, having their match and whatever the case may be. So if it's like, because that's going down and because she feels the support of everyone else that's there as well, the rest of Mizusawa, her mother's there and whatnot. So it's like she can freely focus on what's at hand here. Not only that, but post Inokuma training, because Inokuma was because she saw Inokuma like Flagnards, she's over here taking care of her child, and the next second she can immediately turn it on and ready for a match. And it feels like those little things that she learned during that training process with Inokuma is not coming into fruition here, because we're seeing it. We're seeing like Chihaya is completely 100% in the zone and ready to go playing swimmer, and more than she already like used to be. When Chihaya used to get in her zone, it was she would just go in like swimmer. But now it's like it's instead of it just being a random occasion, not really random, but instead of it happening at different points of times, now it's like an on and off switch almost, where it's focus, unfocus. Like she's starting to get to that level now. A young girl in her best condition certainly is scary, so long as she does not get crippled by that good condition of hers, that is. The neck piece of her underkimono and the position of her hairpin is different. Oh, Shinobu-chan. You really came, Isa-sensei. Good day. This is a receipt for the Shinkansen ride expenses. All right. I have no money for the way back on me, so I wanted to give this to you as soon as possible. All right. Oh, come on. You really can't at all? You really up and went to Disneyland? It's snowing. You should head back this instance and come to Otsuka while you're at it. Chihaya just might win. In any case, Chihaya and her friends are doing their best. I already contacted Dad, so you should come see their match too, Chitose. Excuse me. Apologies, since the memorization time has already started. I'd like to ask you to be quiet. Is that Chihaya? Well, or not Chihaya. Is that Shinobu? Yeah, that has to be Shinobu. Yeah, it is Shinobu. While I'm at it, I might as well add another thing. The moment you start thinking you win, your defeat is sealed. Well, Flagnards! What an amateurish mother. I'm sorry. Shinobu-chan, you really came all the way here to support Momo-chan, didn't you? Oh, not really. Yuikawa-san is just a fellow lefty is all. A fellow lefty. That's fascinating. On how Shinobu describes her. But yo, Shinobu real deal came up to Chihaya's mom and was like, dog, take it easy. Relax. Because the moment that you think that you've got it is whenever your defeat is sealed. And that's coming from the final boss, man. So you know. Nani wazuni sakuyako no hana fuyugo mori. The fact that Ayase-san won the first game by 7 cards is a big advantage. Her real strength showed unobstructed. She's in good shape. Midori-chan's nasal sounds reverberate even richer today. Chihaya-chan will win this, I'm sure. Himao harubeto sakuyako no hana. Himao harubeto sakuyako no hana. I'm about to turn this page. It's going to be insane. I can already feel it. Oh, and Chihaya goes in. Ku. But it wasn't her. In fact, it was Momo. Yamani. She goes right in, and you see like this bright, shining ray of light coming down upon her face as she gathers this card. This is a really, really beautiful panel. She lost that card. Whoa, hey, what was that face strike just now? She has 2 O card information, yet she sent flying Oe and Oku from Ayase's formation. But if you think about it, her chances were 50-50 either way. Idiot, there are 7 cards starting with O. From the very first card, it's not going the normal way. A good reason to get angry. It was a gamble. That was the good kind of gamble. Oko, Oe, and Oku are all placed along the same straight line. Being a lefty player, Yuikawa-san could use her speed to take them. I've learned from the very first game that Ayase-san is very good, with Oe and Oku. Did winning the first match make you let your guard down? I sat down to play this game with full intention to win it. And what I'm going to do first is reduce the number of your best cards in the playing field. So she hasn't given up in the slightest. I lost Tokuyama-san. She has like flag darts. I say, son, be careful. We used Makino's reading for our practice among others. So I believe you should be aware already. The thing with Makino. Yes, Yasura wa de. I will move the Yamasa card to the left. She's done it again, card in the left side of her formation. My first take, I need to hurry and claim my first card. Asaji Yuno. Once again, it appears that wow, Momo got another card. Calm down, Chihayafuru. The cards drawn so far are not favoring you. For now, that's all there is to it. It's nothing to be scared of. What you do have to be scared of is the catch with Makino-san's reading is. Listen to it. Amirite nadoka hito no koi shiki. Listen to it very carefully. And as the mouth moves, with Chihai's eyes, her hand, usareba. And she lost the card again. It was you. The card we remembered was you. If she'd reached for Imawa. Makino-san's reading has peculiarities. It's just sometimes you end up hearing you as you with her, right? I don't hear it though, just how good is your hearing to hear something like that? If your condition is too good, you start hearing too much. So that's what she was talking about, that her strength could be used against her, or her hearing capabilities could in fact be used against her if there's too much detail in there. Wow, that's very fascinating. Yurawa no Towo. We see Chihai once again loses another card. While her opponent is struggling to calm down, another U card got read. That's 5 takes in a row for Momo. And she's on a roll. Chihai-chan's condition isn't bad, it's good, and yet the objective Yuikawa-san pursued with their first daring take, luck where drawing cards to be read is concerned, compatibility with the reader. All of it was made possible through careful effort in the first game. Just a slow starter, Momo-chan. I love you, Momo-chan. Take another card in that unhurried, laid-back manner of yours. It's a good thing the Challenger Final is a 3-game series. It's perfect for Momo. That's right, no need to rush. The Western representative does not hurry when baring her fangs. You have right here a really, really nice panel with this aura emanating from it. Here we have Queen Obu. Do any of you righties have any idea how hard it is to live as a lefty? Wow, a righty old geezer casually takes your drink that you placed on the left side for yourself. You get hit by a righty's elbow all the time at meals, and you have to take a seat at the left end of the table. Oh, sorry, can I sit here? I'm glad it's only you sitting here, Wakamiya-san. It's like she finally met someone else who carried that one thing that she's considered to be such a bother to her. She finally found somebody else who also lives this way, who plays Karuta. So that's like that one relatability feature to where immediately you're able to strike up a good relationship with this person, thanks to you guys sharing that similar thing that you find. So it's like for me, whenever I see somebody else, let's just say with like, I don't know, with glasses, right? And I'm like, oh, I know how that is, because without these, I can't see a flipping thing, son. So I understand, like, whenever I see somebody else with it, I'm like, you understand my pain, it's that type of thing. He's like, I don't know. She finally managed to take a card from the bottom right row of the enemy formation. To Momo-chan, it's a card she had no need for and just gave it up. And she eyes like flatteners. I finally claimed a card. Alright, when I practice Nunokuma-san with Makino-san's reading, Arima sometimes sounds like Ari-uma. I've got to listen closely and very carefully. Her condition is good. Yet she's getting impatient. Reflexes is not something you can stop. Reflexes are not something that you can stop. That's very, very fascinating. I've never really heard anyone say it that way. It's like a reflex, a flinch. That's something that your body does instinctively. So here we see, and Momo takes another card. She is going in this game, man. I mean, the momentum is clearly in her favor. Chihai-chan, she reacted to the S sound. It's been this way since the first game. Her reaction speed is too fast. Since there are Sei and Sa in her formation, she ended up waiting with her hand over Shino and Su, and Yuikawa-san easily slipped beneath her waiting hand, almost like Wakamiya Shinobu herself. Yuikawa-san, you don't have any particular preference for how your bangs are parted in the front, do you? No, I don't. And I notice you part it randomly in different days. Would you like to try to switch your hairpin to the other side? Why should I?
There's something I've heard many times from the staff at the TV station. You've got to always make sure your clothes and hairstyle do not overlap with the other participants. Right now, yours is totally overlapping with Chihaya's. Huh? Yeah, she's mad shook over this. Someday, you might find yourself appearing on TV too, Yuikawa-san, you know. No, that's the belief, dude. She's forcing herself. She's forcing herself to make appearances on television. What a strange girl. And you just see this little bubble. It's for the money. It's for the moolah. She was right. I'm not nearly as hot as before. Early November snow and a t-shirt with a kimono undercollar. You're strong, Yuikawa-san. Your card placement is balanced and hard to play against. You really went and changed it completely. Yeah, there is a purpose to it, right? You did it for playing Wakamiya-san in the Queen title matches, right? Good luck in the Challenger final. Osaka-san. Megumu, dude. Haru no yo no, a dead card. Ariake no, a dead card. Yamagawa ni. Like I want to appear on TV. I don't really care about that. But you want someone to be on TV alongside you, right? If such a person were to appear, you could show all those idols and entertainers what real Karuta is. What real left-handed Karuta looks like. And here we get an excellent panel of Momo taking another card. Momo-chan, you jumped the card so aggressively even after all those dead cards. I had no idea you were such an amazing player. And Chihaya looks down at the two cards. She looks back up. And there she sees Harada. And Harada looks pissed. Harada legitimately looks mad. Talk about rare. For Harada Sensei to be wearing such an angry face because of someone other than his own opponents. The words I said to you back when you were 16. You couldn't have possibly forgotten them, could you? Don't take cards with just your speed. Yeah, yo. 100%. Wakamiya-san, oh, President. Forget my name, did you? It's Mashita. Good day to you, President Mashita. How do you like the Challenger final so far? Does it get you excited? Oh, yes, it does. It took so lively and refreshing and finally so passionately. You have a very good view from here. This Shinobu's classic BS. Oh, I almost forgot, I think you've probably already heard about what an administrative board decided yesterday. Actually, it didn't. It will be announced today to all the societies, although the change will only take place starting the next year after. Until now, the Queen Title Series was a 3-game competition, but it was decided to make it a 5-game series, just like the Meijin Title Tournament. 5 games? Although the change will only take place starting the year after next. Oh God. The year after next. That means not this year, but the year after. And the only way you would ever say that is because it would be because we're gonna see the Queen title match at the year after the next. And that scares me, man. Because, bro, I have chills, bro. Does this mean Chihaya's gonna lose? Because if Chihaya loses, that would force her to go through another journey in order to meet with Queen Obu the following year, but this is her last year of high school. If she were to lose this now, dude, everything's changed. That one line changes everything now, because originally I was like, Flagnards, there is no way that Chihaya can lose this, because they're about to have either Arata and Taichi against Shanks, and on the other hand, we're gonna have Queen Nobu versus Chihaya. But now that might not be the case. Now that might not be the case. Chihaya could lose, because she just said that the next year it's gonna be a 5-game series, just like the Master Tournament. Oh, Flagnards. Let me keep reading. A 5-game series? Keep it down. Oh, since the change will be enacted the year after next, it has no impact on this year's challenger, but Wakamiya-san, if you had to play a 5-game series with one of the contenders, which one between Yuikawa-san and Ayase-chan would you choose? Say it, please say it. Please say it, please say it. You probably bet everything on this year because it's the only time you've got, so show it. Show which one of you has the fangs mighty enough to reach the queen. That is a panel of legend, I gotta say that. You have Queen Nobu says Chihaya. I'm gonna mark out, dude. I'm gonna mark out. Come on, next chapter. Oh my, no color page. First one in a while, but we do get a really nice title page right here with Arata, Chihaya and Taichi. Really, really nice stuff. I've been dreaming for a long time. Let's get it. There's a dispute going on in the Karuta world for ages. Comparative Karuta is a sport not affected by gender differences. Yet why are there 5 matches in the Meijin title series and only 3 in the Queen title one? Especially seeing how often female mixed players win mixed tournaments. The person who has been working for a long time to make the Queen title series have 5 matches is Watadai-san, the Eternal Queen. In a competitive Karuta, women should be given equal opportunity to compete alongside the men. You could call it the demand of the times. But even in a 5-game series, once you win 3 games in a row, it's still over, isn't it? That's right, but it's still a game more than it is now, you know. So if you had an opportunity to at least 3 games with one of these girls playing, which one do you think you would enjoy more? Which one? She laughs. I don't really have preference for one or the other. Don't disrespect Chihaya, dog. That's your rival, bro. We see both Chihaya and Momo. Which one, I wonder? By the way, where did Suo-kun go? What's going on in the Major Challenger qualifier? That's what I want to know, dude. 5-card difference? Arato's winning by 5 cards. It makes sense, considering Arato's ability. So far, so good. Did he calm down after winning the first match? A special seat just for me. Did you all see just how exactly Wataya-kun took Yasu? On hearing Ya, he used cover and blocked Mashima's field of vision, hiding Yi and Yasu in a straight line from one another from him, and then finished it by sweeping Yasu. When he used a cross sweep with Yu and Yura, he anticipated that Mashima would try to put up a block like he did in the first game, and use acceleration to take care of it. Before long, Yura was red, and Wataya's control of the game was as good as sealed. Wataya hasn't seen the cards with his eyes, he's seeing them with his hand, while his eyes, they're on Taichi, bro. Right now, my eyes are only focused on the one I can't tell if I win or lose against. Or the one I can't tell if I will win or lose against, the rival. Look at Harada. I'll crush you, dude. It's like, yo, look at the King's hockey, man. It's bearing respect. Is it really Harada? Miyoshino. He went for Mikano and Michi in his opponent's formation, but he avoided getting too deep into the inventory and was able to return cleanly. Mashima tends to hold his hand higher. Akikaze ni... His response to a dead card leaves nothing to be desired. He's young but good enough to be a Karuta role model. In Karuta, taking cards is easy. What's hard is to avoid taking them. You can pull that off with only practice. This is where your real skill comes through. In the second game, Arata-kun's sweeps are meticulously careful, and is really focused on his own takes. What will you do now, Mashima? Making Wataya play to the fullest of his ability only makes it tougher for you. You knew that, and that's why you resorted to all kinds of tricks, right? Including contesting cards. Even abruptly cutting your hair was for that purpose. Trying to win irrespective of the means, just like Mashima, right? But because he's fighting head on is tough, what are you going to do now? How will you negate Watayata's strength? Making Wataya play to the fullest of his ability only makes it tougher on myself. I know that, and it is tough, but the one you can't tell if you will win or lose against, the rival. Gotta crush him. But Taichi wouldn't want it any other way. He does not want to beat an Arata who is not at his fullest capability. He wants to beat Arata when he's at his peak, you know? And here we see Shanks. It's cold, so cold, I should have brought an umbrella after all. Is that Taichi's mother? It's Taichi's mother. Excuse me, could you be Mashima and Taichi-kun's mother by any chance? I'm Mashima's Karuta. What? Oh, he's got to speak up. I teach Mashima at a cram school. My name is Sui/I'm a lecturer. Oh, thank you for taking care of Taichi. I'm surprised you could tell him his mother, though. Your eyelashes are identical. Excuse me, can I ask you about that book? Oh, this is something I was given. Do you understand what it's about? No, I have no idea. So what do you need to do in Karuta to win? What are the rules? Man, if you don't know, please take this book here. I authored it. Ah, so that's where she got it from. And that's whenever she left. I share that sentiment. There are so many people among Karuta Meijins who say things that don't make much sense. Indeed, what do I even do to understand them? Would memorizing the 100 poems be enough? Would trying playing Karuta myself get me a little closer to grasping the meaning of their words? A glass of water, please. This cafe is self-service, ma'am. This man Shanks, dude. Bless his soul, dude. Sensei, I see you sneezes as quietly as you speak. Loud sounds are bad for your ears. The games, do you not want to watch the games at the venue, ma'am? Mashima's games? Oh, well, you only teach my son at cram school. I'm surprised you know about that. I have been teaching him for half a year now. I can't stand watching them. I'm too scared. I know the feeling. How do I put it? What is Taichi to you, ma'am? What do you mean? One person. If you had to choose one person you want to acknowledge your efforts, it would be Taichi, wouldn't it? If you had to choose one person that you would want to acknowledge your efforts, it would be Taichi, wouldn't it? Bro, what a line. Being someone who teaches modern Japanese and how to write a short essay, I always pay close attention to the concept of essence. The essence of a story, the essence of what a person wanted to say. No matter how long work is, if you probe it into and extract the essence, you will always find a single thought, a single emotion at the core that's like a scream. It's the same with people, no matter how popular one is, or how many thousands of other people love them. Unless someone is acknowledged by that one person, it's all meaningless to them. And everyone, no matter who has... Yo, bro, this is such a shoot. I love this. I'm saving this page. My man Shanks is out here cutting the fattest promo, dude. I think right now Taichi-kun is playing the one who is such a person to him. Other than Harada to him, there is no one else like that, I believe. Facts. And I would dare say for the other side, it is completely the same. He keeps working hard and trying his best, and I'm sure those efforts won't go unnoticed. Well, in that situation, Suo-san would have conceded the card too, right? If I let myself get clingy, I won't win. But he can't win against Wataya. Yo, Taichi smiles. Kimigatame ha hito wa isa. Taichi's taking cards. He defended it. He's good with multiple syllable cards too. He keeps taking the favorable cards and keeps the core of his territory defended. That card was supposed to be one of those Wataya-kun was also targeting. Wait, all the cards Wataya has taken so far were from his own territory? Your vision is in order. If he has yet to take a card from the depths of the enemy territory, it cannot be said that the control of the game is his. I know exactly how it feels to have to break deep into a defensive player's formation. It feels like the cards are at the bottom of a pool 5 meters deep. No, they're right in front of me. They're here. I can take them. I can extract them from the innermost rows of the information. Nageke tote. Harada tried to go for Nageki and Nageke using a cross sweep, but the moment he did, Mashima-kun launched an attack from his own from where Nageke is. What's more concerning, targeting the same card as his opponent, he suddenly went forward right after putting up a block. He went for a card that he only had a 50% probability of successfully claiming. Now that he took the risk and won his gamble, the flow of the game is bound to reflect it. He sends Suku. He's dead set on not letting his opponent attack. Mashima is not half bad either. He keeps together without crumbling beyond the point of no return. Arata's being kept away? Mashima's defensive card keeps him at bay. This is not the only thing he's come to polish. It's gotta be that, right? Yeah, he seems to be having fun, Mashima of all people, huh? Yeah, I know, it's not like him. Oh well, he worked for it, and trained real hard, it seems so. Kitano-sensei, what do two tell one sound from another? Fool, from the time immemorial, there's only one way. You gotta practice against someone strong with great hearing. And his practice partner was flipping Chihaya, dude. My Mashima's practice partner was none other than, that's it. It was GOAThayafuru, dude. I'm going back to the venue to watch the games. I'm quite offended right now. What is it with you going on and on about losing? Why do you keep saying that? And Shanks gets shook. Look at this no-face spread. But if you go now, it's snowing and raining outside. Your kimono will be ruined. Taxi. Just so you know, I also have a daughter. That makes it 2 people I want acknowledgement from. So please don't get carried away with your erroneous assumptions. Have a good day. Why do you keep saying that? Because it's the mentor's fault. Sorry, he's not my disciple. He's not. He keeps trying to deny himself, man. And look at Taichi. I gotta save this, bro. This is an amazing no-face spread. Come on. Another double spread. It was Katie. Senpai sure was fast. There's still Kimiyo on the playing field. Did Masuke-kun always have such good hearing? He simply targeted and happened to get lucky with his timing, but pulling it off this time. Fu. And Taichi goes over there, and he gets the card. Don't tell me that Katie wasn't a fluke at all. No matter how doggedly Harada pursues a card, as long as it's in Mashima-kun's own formation, he can defend it without fail. His hearing has improved by leaps and bounds, and this is exactly what the training with Shanks was for. This is exactly what it was for. During the half a year I spent with by Suo-san, I realized something. There are sounds that you hear, but your brain doesn't pick up and shuts out, deeming them needless. Pick up everything. Everything is needed. It's not like Harada hasn't been training all this time too. What about his training environment? So far his lead is by no means big, and I can't say he had experience playing close games during his practice. Comparing the progress of the past year, it's Mashima who's shown rapid growth. Assuming we had dreams in Harada, our first and foremost dream wouldn't be winning the major title or anything like that. It's nothing that cool. What we want is for GOAThayafuru to look at us and actually see us. Not because he's thrown off his game or because he fell for some trick. We want to win against GOAThayafuru when he's at full power. Exactly. Not nerfed in any way. And that's something... Look at... I gotta save this dude. I gotta save this dude. Oh my god. Win with the true ability and strength gained by betting our whole youth to acquire it. Going back to the whole theme of Taichi's character arc. Going back to all when he first met Harada, and Harada told him, don't give up until you spend your entire youth doing it, man, and going about it by betting your whole life, bro, on it, or betting your whole youth to acquire said thing. That's so beautiful, bro. GOAThayafuru. Come on. Why is the next page loading? Is that it? That's it. Come on. Next chapter, next chapter. Do I have no internet? Why is nothing loading? Did my computer just say I'm done? Too much greatness? I understand, man. I completely 100% understand if that is the case. There we go. Come on. Come on, dude. Come on, just load chapter 200, bro. I can't believe I'm already on chapter 200, dog. This is crazy. Bro, load the chapter. Alright, I'm going to my phone. Come on. Go, man, please, dude. Alright, I'm turning off the Wi-Fi. This my Wi-Fi is not working with me today. Alright, there we go. Come on. Come on, dude. For the love of all that is Flagnars. 200. It finally loaded on the computer when I almost got it loaded on here. You gotta love it. You love to see it. Alright. And here we have a color page, 200 chapters of Chihayafuru greatness. And you see Taichi, Chihaya, and Harada. Come on, I gotta see what happens in this match, bro. Stop taking cards with just your speed. Oh, we're going back to Chihaya. Yo, this is madness, bro. These are two 5-star matches happening at the same time. Sumi no Eno. Chihaya goes over, and it looks like Momo once again takes another card. It was one of her best cards, but her opponent defended both Shino and the S card got read too early. She was too focused on her desire to collect more of such cards on her side of the field and ended up reacting too late. When both players start moving at roughly about the same time, it's only natural the left-handed Yuikawa-san will reach the cards faster. The Western representative left you overcrowds the left side of her formation. Stop taking cards just for speed. She's someone I don't stand a chance against without making full use of my speed. What is this double spread? What in the Flagnards? Look at the art. Dog. Chihaya looks over. She notices Taichi. And it's like everything around her is immediately brightened up. We see these... I don't know what Sumeo no stands for, but I'm going to assume it has something to do here with this, right? What an amazing double spread. And we see Taichi show this card over to Chihaya. I'm almost tempted to search up this card name. Sumeo no. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. The Japanese term sumi means black ink. Black ink? As in, like, the cards aren't black anymore? Is that what Taichi's trying to say? I don't get it. Whatever. Regardless, we move forward. Chihaya, I'm not good with Makino-san's reading, but it's fine as long as At least Taichi can take cards. It's fine. No, even in this. Compatibility is an amusing thing. There are readers loved by those with sensitive hearing, and those loved by players whose hearing isn't their forte. You're in great shape, that's why you could play at 120% of your ability. There's no need to get flustered. All you need is only 100% of your ability. I can't stop saving battles, bro. Like, yo, this author is on a roll. This is madness. This is actually madness. Keep taking cards, focusing only on the first sound. The first sound is all I need. And Chihaya covers her ears in an amazing panel. A 6-card difference. Great game, Momo-chan. Oh boy, did I misjudge her? Pressing Wakame-san robs you of your confidence. How did you do it, Momo-chan? If I played against her, I wouldn't even want to look at her. It's because I never stopped looking even when it was painful that I'm here right now. I gotta save that panel too, dude. That's a panel. That's a panel of legend, man. Tsukinobu, loving Harada and being loved by it in turn, pursuing clothing that extremely weird taste. I kept watching that lonely monster. Here already, huh? Monster. Wait. High school third year, high school third year, high school third year. I can't believe that there can't be 2 monsters among third year high school students, but we have 3 third year high school students here? Do these coincidences really happen? Now think about it, doesn't that make me an old hag in comparison? This year all the players contesting the right to be challengers are young, but their practice partners are nothing to sneeze at. Yo, real talk, dude. Inokuma and Shanks, and then the other one is playing with Shinobu, dude. Like, yo, that's like it says, the reigning queen, the reigning mage, and an ex-queen. This is what is called getting a boost in modern terms. You're the only one who lacks that. Are you holding up fine there, Megane-kun? I'm sure you came to the Shiranami Society to practice in order to get such a growth boost too. Harada Nichi on the score gap shrunk to 1 card. The opponent defended both Kiri and Su, which made the game flow much more unfavorable to him. A split second before Su was read, Taichi glanced at Chihaya in my formation, and that threw me off just a little. Having such a big eyes is so unfair. Right now it's Taichi's turn to take a card. And here we see the water hockey, and then Nani wa Eno. And Harada takes it swiftly. It was exquisite. That's what you'd expect from Harada-chan. That mass sweeping of the knock cards is nothing to be desired. He has no chinks in his armor. There are 5 knock cards on the field, and there is also a dead card, Nani Waga. He cleanly swept Nagaka Nageki, Nani Shi Nageke, and then Nani Wa E is the last one. His karuta is a karuta precision where he also listens to the sound carefully. If anything, you have to give due credit to Matsuki-kun for avoiding committing a fault in the situation. If he'd allowed himself even a moment of hesitation, he would have ended up touching some card. It really shows that he was trained by the Majin who loves making his opponents commit faults. Committing faults is the one thing you can't afford, Mashima. It's not easy to recover from faults committed in the mid-stage of the game when there is a power gap to worry about, especially if your playstyle of choice is careful defensive karuta. All will move the cards. They both keep taking cards from their own formations, ending up with quite a few same sound cards in the respective halves of the playing field. And now Wataya-kun has split Wasude and Wasuda between the right and left side of his formation. What do I do when one of the Wasu cards is red? Should I go from the right side of this formation to the left, targeting with the A block? Harada will up his speed using the same pattern as with Kaziso. I will defend at least 1 card. Harada looks down, he looks at it, and it looks like he once again takes another card. Wasuda wa. What a double base spread. I gotta save this dude. Yo, these battles are excellent. This author is another double spread. What are doing these double spreads, dude? Yo, this is too much, man. This is too hype. I guess Wasuda right and uncovered. Did I leave some space or something? I have no idea what happened. Only that he broke through anyway. So he can use the super acceleration even on his own formation. He finally used it. Way to go, Harada-chan. I think with Wataya-kun's skill, he could possibly take those cards if he just placed them as close as possible. But he decided to split them on purpose. To be able to use his acceleration, he needs some distance. He wanted to show off his speed. Taichi, you're my rival, right? You will play me again, even if I destroy. I can't stop saving panels, bro. This is like one of the most GOAT things I've ever experienced, dog. This is madness. Does that mean Megane-kun doesn't even need a practice partner to boost capabilities? I want to play a karuta that won't lose to the Shiranami Society's karuta. He really is a tough opponent, good gracious. He already knows that his own weapons are the best. Wataru no Haraya. We're back to Chihaya. This is insane. It's like legit. We have one amazing match and another amazing match. One amazing match, another amazing match. I should have contested this card even if it's just for the sake of it. I'm starting to find my rhythm. I figured out the way to take six syllable cards. Even with Makino-san's reading, I can be precise. The right way to take 5 syllable cards, 4 syllable cards, 3 syllable, 2 syllable, 1 syllable. Chihaya. Mashima? Oh, it's you, I say. I'm sorry, this small foldable umbrella is all I have with me. You didn't have to bother and come outside. Being in there is its own kind of anguish, too. What's going on in the match? It looks like she's gaining on her opponent, closing the 4-score gap gradually. I wasn't talking about your daughter, I say. So, oh, she's like, I don't give a flag, Nards. I'm sorry, it seems all the players are giving their all. I'm sure they are. Akino-tano, she did it. Chihaya's sweating, man. When I see Chihaya doing her best, I can't help remembering that moment. When I realized for the first time that she had changed. Say sorry, but there's something I want to do. I love the moment so much, man. I think it was probably that moment. I see you watch your daughter closely. Oh, no, not at all. I just thought this in hindsight. You could at least sense it, and I envy you. I, for one, thought I was always watching my son, but I didn't see anything at all. All I can rack is my brains as to why he's doing what he's doing now that he's in his last year and his college entrance exams to worry about. I know the feeling. Yeah, she definitely knows the feeling. I have a big umbrella, Mashima. Oh, thank you. Yours are a parent's worries that those children won't understand until they become parents themselves. There's a poem I like in regards to that. Another poem by that author, Izumi Shikibu, is being read as we speak. Arazaran todo meo kete nare wo aware to omoran. Which one of those left behind would you think would be more miserable? The child is more important. The child outweighed. His poem she composed when her daughter Koshiki no Naishi died. Died? Koishiki no Naishi died right after giving birth to a child. And her mother, looking at her newborn grandchild, composed this poem. She has parted with this world, leaving us behind. Which one of us does she think her leaving this world made more miserable, I wonder? Feelings toward her child would outweigh those for herself and for her mother, I imagine. Because that is how it is for me. Man, you gotta love how Mama Kana and Grandmama Kana are coming with the facts and the knowledge when it comes to these poems. You could say emotions in the parent-child relationship is a one-way street. Thanks to that, it is always full of unknowns. I will move the cards. My. Okay, well, Lanchino was interested. She finally brought Sa and Sei together. She threw the careful and competent Karata style to the winds. I hear too much today. I need to adjust. By now I can take Sa and Sei on the S sound alone. And here we see Sami Shisa ni. So what, I don't care one way or another by now, but she earned the right to send me a card. If it's that card she decides to send, it could be scary. Taichi's eyes told me, don't you let anyone take the S cards from you. Interesting. Look at Chihay's face, bro. I'll throw myself into attacking with everything I've got. Another page I have to save. Another page. This entire chapter has been just filled with pages I can't stop saving. Yeah, it's awesome. Arata's focus is the real deal. I feel like I'm drowning. It's torturous. That's why I have to. Amanohara. You see Taichi's mom? The essence. The one person you want to acknowledge your efforts. He was right on the mark. I'm such a fool. What do I even hope for when I didn't even acknowledge Taichi's own efforts? I've been following it for the longest time. This tale started with the 3 of them. Involved many people into it on the way, and came this far with another 3 yielding. Let's keep our eyes peeled and see what will happen now. What is this chapter, bro? This feels like end of series stuff. I'm shook, dude. The 3. By the time today is due, the 3 will become 2 and 1. Oh my god. This chapter is something special. This chapter is really, really something special, dude. Is that the last page of that chapter? Flagnarts. What am I reading, dude? This is insane. Oh, was that the popularity poll? I kind of want to see. Hold on. Let me at the very least see what was. No, don't tell me it's gonna mess up my internet. Taichi's 1, Arata's 2, Chihaya's 3rd, Shinobu is 4th, and Pseudo Kana. Okay, well, we continue. We continue. I gotta go. God. gotta find out what happens. No matter who wins and who loses, they will become 2-1 because all the three cannot advance further than that together. That's right. Unfortunately, that's true. And you see the tear in Harada's face as he says that. And you see Chihaya completely focused. You already know how the anime is gonna handle that, with the legendary Chihaya focus scenes. Kokoro no teni wabi noreba taki no to wa. It's not like Momo-chan lost the initiative, and it's not like she's scared to take risks. But despite that, the score keeps shrinking steadily. She began building a rhythm. Did she shift her approach now, listening to the sound for as long as possible? And at a crucial stage like that too? I get it now. If I can't do it, submitting cards with speed in the game against Yukawa-san, there's no way you can be able to pull it off against Shinobu. That's facts. I can't venture too deep into the enemy territory. I can't afford any false starts, even after listening carefully. The cards I can take, I will take. She's calm. There were 4 code cards still being read, are still unread, but surprisingly, it seems she didn't cut corners when memorizing. No way memorization is Ayas' forte. She poured so much effort into becoming one with the cards, it'll be enough to build a highway. You have this awesome little battle right here of Chihaya on top of this massive bulldozer. Look at she goes Dio Brando. Because her hearing is so good, she's prone to committing many faults. That's why she's making effort to at least make sure she won't commit any fault due to a faulty memory. On top of that, I will move the cards. And look at you. And immediately Chihaya's like, here we go. Oh, Flagnards. Here comes her favorite move of overcrowding her left side. This is why she chose to utilize her advantage of having 2 layouts. I see lots of re-memorize everything now. Oh, excuse me. And she gets up, adjusts her Toski. Because, yo, this is post-time skip. Or not even time skip. This is post-Inokuma training Chihaya. Ready to go up in like swimwear. She's gonna look at her. She's focused. She's focused. Ayase commits quite a few faults as a characteristic of players reliant on their hearing, but surprisingly not a lot of them having to do with her mixing up a card's position. Ayase has a special talent, one that in Karuta may be more valuable than even her good hearing, and it's her ability to forget. That is so factual. To always move on to the next portion and focus on that and forget what just happened. That's a part of her personality. It's a part of her personality, man. What's with that face? Like she only just sat to play the very first game. And Chihaya looks down at the cards, and she's ready. She's ready. And then we're back to Harada and Taichi, man. He's able to keep up. Masuke sure plays nice and calm Karuta. He makes no mistakes either and doesn't fail to take his best cards, but the 3-card difference stays the same. Arata's focused and sharp. I mustn't face his focus and his edge head on. Doesn't matter how awesome Arata may be. Arata himself doesn't matter. To tell you the truth, it feels like the red numerical difference between the current abilities is a 3-card gap. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Let go of it. Let go of your attachment. Nothing matters. Here we see 2 floating hands. I feel like Taichi's drowning in the water. Oh, but you're not really my disciple, are you? The real you, I mean. Who took that card? Is that Chihaya? Pototo. Chihaya took a card. She's backing it like somewhere. Let's get it. There it is, and was just the right timing, too. What are you doing leaving so many cards in the bottom right row of information against a Shinami Society player? That's right. Targeting the bottommost row of the information won't count as such if you can't take the 1-syllable cards Musu, Me, Fa, Sa, Hosu from there. Did he just hit the Flagnards out of I think he punched him. How did the sensei? Oh, sorry. Winning and losing cannot matter. Can't not matter. It has to mean something. I gotta save that battle, bro. What am I witnessing, dude? Taichi goes. He's looking. Oh no, she'll target it. I gotta send it back in soon. I say, can't really be called skilled or smart, but she's tenacious. She plows her way slow but steady. It's my goat. That's literally my... Yo, dude.
Rival. I have to, this might be, that's a top 5 panel for me, man. That's a top 5. That is a panel, dude. That is what I call taking full advantage of the visual medium. Oh my goodness. Welcome here, son. Excuse me, please go receive the money for your traveling expenses. Right now, you yourself asked to be reimbursed as soon as possible. All right. Does this amount much? Does this amount match? If it does, please send the receipt. Oh, sure. Morotomoni. Oh, you need to fill in your address. Sure. And President Mashita, we were talking about the 5-match series the year after next, weren't we? It doesn't make much difference to me who my opponent is either way. But if I had to choose whom to play in the last 3-match series next year, I think I will go with Yuikawa-san. She didn't go with Chihaya. I didn't expect that answer at it, and I didn't know you had such a high opinion of Yuikawa-san. Right now, Yuikawa-san is at her strongest. When she gets her degree and starts working as a doctor, she might get weaker. Ah, so is that why she said it? That she's at her peak right now, and once she starts working as a doctor, then she won't be at her peak anymore? You may be right, but what if... Kono tabi wa... Oh yes, this level. If I can compete at this level, if I can compete with someone besides Wakamiya-san at this level. Look at this double spread. Maybe there is a chance even for me to stand amongst goddesses one day, and we see she looks back and like Chihaya takes another card, bro. Oh my god. The art, dude. Look at this double spread. What happened? What happened? Wakamiya-san. You've been hearing it this whole time, haven't you? It was far away, it was quiet, but it never stopped. The sound of... I can't do this anymore, dude. The sound of footsteps heading straight for you. Those steps have stopped. And now those steps have stopped. Oh my god. She won. She won. She won. What is this, man? What am I witnessing, dude? Shinobu, looking right across. Her rival. And Chihaya looks. Oh. Dude. Please, say it. Say it. Did she close the door again? I think the door closed. What happened? Double spread. It was blocked off. Was it blocked off by Taichi and Arata's hockey? Was it blocked off by Taichi and Arata's hockey? Did Chihaya win? I'm still unsure. Did Chihaya win? No, now I get it. She's watching from the opposing side. Now I understand. Now hold on a minute, hold on. I'm sorry, hold on. I'm sorry. I have to go back and look at those final couple pages again, man. I have to, dude. I have to. That was so goat. The sound of footsteps heading straight for you. Those sounds have stopped. And here we see Chihaya walk right in front of Shinobu. She looks over, and Shinobu actually looks happy. And she immediately turns around. Oh, okay, now I get it. So she turns around to go see what's going on in Arata and Taichi's match. And it looks like, at this current point in time, Taichi's winning. No, Arata's winning. He only has one card left. Holy sweet mother of Flagnards. Okay. I'm gonna read one more. Dude, this, yo. I don't know how the series does it. I truly don't. I have no idea how this series continues to just get better and better. It's like, it can't get much higher than it already is, man. In my favorites list, right? It really can't. It really can't, bro. Alright. Let's start this next chapter, man. God, that was hype, dude. That might have been the most hyped chapter. dog. That was insane. So are we official? Like, is it official? It's gonna be Chihaya versus the Queen after this? Sweet Aunt Jemima, man. Alright, let me focus on Taichi. And I feel bad for Momo, man. Like, yo, she really, really wanted that. She wanted it, man. Queen Challenger Games umpire Imada Yuko Don 7. Good gracious, crying. Stop it, it is no use. You cannot turn back time. The tides of the game turned dramatically when the Sei card was sent. She's someone who has mysterious intuition to predict 80% of the games whose card will not be read until the very end. That probably was the card that was not meant to be read. And yet you were so worried it would be targeted. Because that you got caught up in your desire to send it back and ended up venturing too deep into the enemy territory. The result is you're lost by 4 cards. Crying over spilled milk is useless, but those tears are not in vain. The winner of the East-West Challenger Final is the GOAT, the legend, the greatest to ever do it, the future queen. And now, to fulfill on her promise, we'll face Wakamiya Quinobu in the Queen match. That has been the moment that I've been looking forward to the most, man, in this entire series, bro. Like, legit, 110%. That is the #1 moment I'm looking forward to. So, oh my god. ISGI. Someday you will understand what does not break you. You know how the saying goes. Now then, and they look back, and here we see Harada versus Taichi. It's 1-3. And if Harada takes the next card, the game is over. The game will be over with a 3-card difference. Oh gosh. I need cheap umbrellas. Oh, I think I'll buy one too. 300 yen umbrellas. Sorry, we're sold out. Only 1280 yen ones are left. Don't get attached when you're losing, doesn't matter. It exists. The type of strength that can be gained that way does exist, but you, Wasaya, never once let Chia leave his formations. With Mashima's solid defense Karuta, he probably feels he shouldn't send it to him. That Karuta, mindful of the balance, is very Harada-like, especially since there is Chikiri on the opponent's half of the playing field. I'll listen to the sound carefully and take the cards reliably. I'll respond carefully and precisely to all the 4 cards that are still left. With Fu and Sei, Harada will come after them using her super acceleration, and Chiha's on his side so he'll be able to defend it. But if I can use Chigiriki to make an opening for myself, the card about to be read looks to me like it's gonna vanish. Or it looks to me like it vanishes. Harada Sensei, you're getting too far forward. And the card that should be there suddenly disappears, and I simply reach my hand out for it. Suo-san, how can such a sad Karuta exist? Harada grabs. Yo, he fell. I'm saving that panel, bro. Harada grabs Taichi. And he looks over and sees Harada. He's been the one person that's been with you for so long, bro. He's nervous for you. He's anxious for you, baby. From all the way back then, bro, we gotta stop this, man. Don't make me start crying, bro. Don't make me start crying. No matter when, my only teacher is always Harada Sensei. Taichi looks back. He looks at the card. Read it. Read it. Read it. Read it. Do it. Pour enough desire into your wish to make the reader read it. Read it. Sugimiraba. And it's a dead card. What was that? Did Mashima try? My heart. Did Mashima try to attack all of a sudden? He's starting Chiha now? What a dangerous moment. He really didn't touch it, or did he? You should know exactly how many dead cards are left, Taichi. If you get too attached to one card, you'll self-destruct. We still have 4 cards on the playing field. It's only gonna get tougher from here on out. That's all Taichi sees, man. And we had a double spread. Oh my god, bro, I have goosebumps, bro. Like, legit, dog. I have my hairs are standing, bro. When the going is tough, go for the bottommost right. And he goes right, he takes it. He took it. He took it. What are these double spreads? He took it. He took it. It was red. He read it. This is it. This is it. It was red. Just now, to me, the only card on the tatami was Chiha. That's all. Only that. Only Chiha as it should be. He kept saying Fuen's to Chigiriki. Taichi looks down. He sent it. He got it. The very first sound before it is joined by the vowel and becomes Fu.
I can't take cards like Suo does. I just can't copy that kind of genius. What I admired the whole time was the take Chihaya managed that time. This is insane, bro. This is out of this world. Yo, this is one of the bro, I don't know, bro. I don't know, dog. This is special. This is really, really special. Chigiriki na. Harada defended it. Take it. If it comes on the look of the draw, concede the game to me. Okay. The second match won't be over until you take this card, Taichi, a declaration. But I won't let you take the third match. Hold on, coach. But I won't let you take the third match. Taichi Lex. Shinobu-san, what's wrong? I can't do this, bro. I can't do this, dude. Oh dear, please allow me to help you. No, it's fine, I really don't mind. And Chihaya's crying and she's knocked out. No, she knocked out on Shinobu? The second game of the Meijin title challenger matches is won by Taichi. I can't do this, bro. Mashima Taichi can buy one card. And Chihaya falls asleep on Shinobu's lap, dude. I mean, she's super, super sleepy. Usually after match she knocks out, but she couldn't because she went to go watch the match. And now after Taichi got the dub, she fell asleep. What am I witnessing, dude? We had a gorgeous panel of both Shinobu and Chihaya. Yo, give me 1 second, man. Give me 1 second, dude. I need more water. Yo. This is the best stretch Chihayafuru. Batteries fully charged and ready to go in there like swimwear, man. I am ready to read however much is left of this phenomenal arc, man. Especially this incredible duel between these two rivals that we have known for so long. Between Taichi and Harada. And while this is going down, Chihaya has officially won her match and has bought herself her ticket to go challenge Wakamiya Quinobu in what has been without question my most anticipated moments of the entire series. And those little sequences between the two in these past couple of chapters have been the highlights for me, along with some of the Taichi and Harada stuff for Stir. Like the combination of the two has made this such an incredible stretch of chapters, dog. I don't even know where to begin on how amazing this last stretch has been. But here we go, man. What an amazing title page right here. I saw this before I shut off the camera earlier. Poem 203. Let's get right into it, man. And you get it always spread. The second game of the Meijin title challenger matches is won by Mashima Taichi by 1 card. And we have everyone, man. They're like flag nards. He did it. He managed to Harada at his best. He managed to best him by 1 card. That's exactly what he said. He said, yo, I'm gonna get this man by 1 card. Now the question remains. I'm pretty sure, because that thing is still up in the air about the luck of the draw thing. So let's see if it does get down to that, because knowing Taichi, it more than likely will, because that's where almost all of Taichi's matches go down to. So it's like, mother of flag nerds, man. Let's get right into it. I need to call her. Maybe it's not such a good idea. Taichi's trembling, dude. He looks up at Harada. Harada gets up. We see Quinobu. Harada lost? That's what that grinning 4 eyes gets for getting too big for his britches and making weird promises. Wearing that weird face so unlike himself while doing so too. Oh, what's there? Is somebody sleeping there? Yo, Chihaya's slumped, dude. She is slumped on Shinobu. My profound apologies. Look at Harada. Harada looks back, sees Quinobu, and takes a look right back. And you have Nishida and Destomu. Mashima, you did it. You look at Harada, president. You won. The chase you gave at the end was so awesome. But in the end, your card wasn't read in the luck of the draw yet again. Winning on a forfeit is heresy. You're crying, though. See, but that's the thing, right? Like, even though his thing was read on the luck of the draw, I still have, like, that it wasn't right in the luck of the draw. Like, I have a bad feeling that it's gonna happen again, right? And this time around, like I don't know, dude. I don't know. Don't get all cocky just because you will play the 3rd game. How long is the break between the games? I think they said 15 minutes. Then I'll go take a stroll outside. Mashima, no, seriously, it was so awesome out there. Against GOAThayafuru of all people. Can you really count that as a win? Chihaya, what are you doing? And then Mama Aya says, like, flag nards. Oh gosh, this girl is helpless. You can't sleep at a place like this. Come on, get a grip. Ma'am, allow me to help you. Walking me somewhere very sorry. Jai, wake up. Oh my, you're so heavy. Please do not worry, ma'am. It happens all the time. Momo. Ashinobu-chan, Momo-chan lost. You played very well, Yuikawa-san. It was a great game that made my hands clench and palms sweat. Oh well, at least now you can focus. At least now you can focus only on your exams. So it's all good. She stops. She takes off her hairpin. Wakamiya-san, let's head straight back to Osaka on our way back from Tokyo. In Osaka, there is the Marumarudo head office, the company owning Snowmaru. I've been thinking, Wakamiya should try to sign a sponsor contract not with Fujioka Drapery, but directly with Marumarudo-san, the Snowmaru rights holder, and Hidaka-san. Their two companies are not competing. If you can cut in between them, you'll be able to coax money out of them without much trouble. An official sponsor by Snowmaru? Why are you telling me this out of the blue? Because I lost my chance. Because I lost in the Challenger final to be your opponent. And she lets out tears. We're in the same society. I don't mind putting our heads together to find a way for you to become a pro player you want to become. Flag, Nards, dude, I'm sorry about the camera. Can't even tell, dude. Himiseki Nobu. Arata-ni-chan. Can I film you? You've got to calm down, Arata-kun. You pretty much won that game. The game that was supposed to give you the second win and end it all for good. So let's change gears and forget about it. You've got to calm yourself. Oh, I knew it. Wieners and deep-fried Victor fish. Yu-chan's bento? Well, I'm grateful in any case. You're gonna eat it now? They're only 15 minutes. And Arata said, screw it, I'm digging in, son. And Taichi walks out in the middle of all the snow. I can't win against Harada, even if I spend my whole youth on it. And he did, bro. He got him for a round, dude. Like, legit. The entire character arc up until this point in time, specifically when it comes to Karuta, being spent on all this, all the times my man got, couldn't get into Class A, and all the times that the luck was not on his side. And here we are, man, with Taichi coming full circle and be like, Flagnards. All of that paid off. I was able to beat Arata at his fullest. But it's still not over yet, man. The second game is when my Mashima Taichi got my one card, and he's still reminiscing on that. But Taichi, you can't have that completely be. Look at this panel. He's just so happy. He's like, Flagnards. I did it with my own two hands. What a battle. With my own two hands. And Taichi opens up his eyes to see Shanks. He bows before Shanks. Bro, what are the art in these chapters have been so phenomenal. I don't even know, bro. I don't know, dude. I don't know what I'm witnessing. Mashima, get back here. Time for the third match. Yeah. And he puts on the Toski. And Shanks is back. The third match. And he's like, the third match? As in, Taichi actually won the second one? So only the participants of the Major Challenger games are playing the third game. They will play the center of the room, huh? For Arata-ni-chan to lose even a single game. Compared to the first game, the second game's development was much better for Arata-kun. Had Mashima-kun continued playing his nasty Karuto, he could have thrown Arata off his game more. But Arata didn't let him. Please line up your cards. He chose to compete in the earnest, and forced Mashima to follow suit. But at the end, the initiative was stolen from him, and not because he let his guard down, that's right. Because Mashima's a Shiranami Society player. Can Arata pull himself together? For some reason, Harada is lining up his cards with special care. But his opponent is doing the same too. This is a special occasion, bro. Like, yo, this is a final between these two, bro. Like, with everything on the line. Chihaya is really amazing, isn't she? Who said that? Having won her series of 2 straight wins. Her next game will be the title match at last. I still can't believe it. I can't either, dude. I can't either, dog. Yeah, what's this? Mashima is touching. Yo, that's Mashima speaking. He's trying to disturb him. Marta, be careful. She's amazing. I started playing soccer when I was 4. In soccer, 3 is an important number. Forming a triangle, 3 players to carry the ball is the basic foundation. Only 1 player or 2 players can't really do the job. I want to go to the place where Arata and Chihaya are. Me actually having won a game against you, huh? This I can't believe. Even more than Chihaya winning her series. The highest point the 3 of us can reach together is probably here and now, no? No, man, but if Chihaya does make her dream come true, if she does become the queen, yes, it's today Chihaya's dream will finally become real. And he thinks all the way back to then, dude. I want to witness that moment from up He's like, yo, I want to witness it as up close as you possibly be. Being right in front of Shanks in the Masters final, right across from where they are. I gotta save this page. This page is too precious, bro. Holy Flagnars. Taichi is tired. If he was his normal self, he wouldn't voice it. Neither this truth that falls from his lips with each card, like petals falling off one by one, nor these most pure feelings. I'm glad we went all the way to have a third game. And they go to Dope spread, and you see Taichi and Harada. They started off once again. Other than Watay Harada, there is no one else who is the 1-2 Taichi, I believe. If that makes it two people I want to learn from, so please don't get carried away with everyone's assumptions. I want to witness that moment from close to close as it gets. Two people. Try your damnedest, Mashima. Do your best, Harada. Do your best, Senpai. Do your best. And here they go. Do your best. And here's Shanks. Even Shanks, dude. Come on, next chapter, next chapter, next chapter, next chapter. That was such an amazing chapter. Major Title Challenger Final, Match 3. Let's get it. Inishi no Hisa Katano. And it looks like Taichi would have gotten no, but I'm not sure. I can't really tell from here. Igarashi-san's reading is more powerful compared to the first game, though some find his reading quite overwhelming as it is. I'm in top shape, no doubt about it. He went to get it fixed. Igarashi-san will die without access to SNS. This man went to go fix it so he can get on Twitter. When I found a place that could fix my cracked smartphone in an hour, to recite the monologue of the medicine peddler while I waited, and it proved to be the right decision. Uro the Medicine Peddler is one of the 18 best kaiju plays first performed by 300 years ago. Its rapidly talking monologues full of hard words are recommended for voice and articulation training purposes. Is your throat open all the way? Is your breathing abdominal? Do you use up all your breath? Yamazato wa Mikaki Mori. Be it a gymnasium or a hall, your voice must reach the players even on the farthest ends of it. You cannot slack off on dead cards. His pauses are a little longer than Makino-san's. You must let the rhythm consume you. Oekenaku Masuke-kun, you were the one who won earlier, don't forget. Wow, not only is he not coming undone, he's even more stable. I never thought of Harada as a genius, but this demonstration of stable skill is truly impressive. Instead of playing soccer at 4, I probably started about the same age. Grandpa, I want to play too, let me play. Yo, he's thinking back, he's having flashbacks to Master Wataya, bro. That's how you know this is serious. So you can't read yet, can you? Here you go, Harada, take these. I had memorized the hiragana through Harada, and I had learned the decisive syllables before learning the poems themselves. You lost, but Harada-kun is only 7. Age doesn't matter, he's awesome, I'm telling you. That's a Meijin's grandson for you, I guess. Harada, you can't stay indoors all the time playing an obscure game like Harada. Try playing baseball or soccer. Whoa, you suck. Oh, I just moved aside, Wataya. And he couldn't do anything else, man. You know, his thing is Harada, bro. You can't force it onto the kids. And I understand the place where they're coming from, right? But when something is what they truly want to do, you gotta let them do that, man. You gotta let them do it, and that's exactly what happened. He went out and he did his thing. The feeling of rapidly improving the more I played, and gaining self-confidence I could obtain through anything else. He's like fish that found water. Did you know Wakamiya Shinobu-chan is considered to be very strong? Go win. The unyielding conviction did not even budge even after playing a very strong opponent my age. Yes, someday I would become the Meijin just like my grandpa. Yo! That's the declaration, bro. You feel me? It does not matter to him anymore. Whether it's his own and his opponent's formation, or the precise take. The rhythm of Wataya-kun's takes feel nice. He really is similar to Meijin Wataya. Naora me shiki asaborake kana. Breathing out properly, exhaling everything, hollowing out the cavity inside me, and then taking a breath. Not sucking the air in, but drawing a breath in an entirely natural progression. Here we see Taichi. Mu rasame no. On the other hand, Mashima-kun's takes feel like he's hanging on for the dear life. His breathing is short. He's got a good reaction time to cards with short, decisive syllables. Suo, if winning and losing doesn't matter to you, then how come you are so strong? What, you don't get it? There's a single existence that does matter to me even when nothing else does, and that is the reader. The reader makes me a genius. Follow the breathing. Su, minoe no. He defended it just like in the second game. He's following the breathing, dude. And Harada's just sitting there completely still focused. I've never seen Harada like that. What's up with me scaring me? Harada isn't thinking of anything. It's simply about the way your hearing is tuned. Harada's hearing recognition peaks at 1.1 syllables, while Mashima makes his hearing peak at 1 syllable. Because he has 4 one-syllable cards in his formation, but with his focusing only on 1 syllable, he ends up late for 2 and 3 syllable cards. What's with you, Harada? You're so still, it's hard to tell if you're even breathing. My goodness, Kokoro-san, I cannot climb the stairs like this. Oh, Shinobu-chan, good grief, your hand. Earlier, when Harada passed by me, he looked like he was about to cry, but at the same time smiling just a little. I know the feeling, I remember it. Is his opponent someone he considers a friend? Oh, you don't even know, dog. You don't even know. I don't mind putting our heads together to find a way for you to become a pro player you want to become. You are young, beautiful, and the strongest in the world. If you cannot become a professional player, then no one can. Prepare yourself. Become the very first professional karate player in the world. One-chan, no, stop, because the vending machine is awfully loud, so you can't. Chihaya is insane. She's insane. Oh, Kara-chan, Mom. Gosh, you scared me with the vending machine. I wonder myself. I'm glad you're awake. Do you remember what happened before you passed out? Last thing I remember is me taking Tago and winning. Congratulations, Chihaya-chan. You can finally compete for the queen title. It's time, dude. It's time. Flag North. Tago has helped me. Tago, your poem, Kana-chan. Kana, you have so many poems. Oh, Kaze, so, and especially Tago. Do you remember what you told me about Mount Fuji? The big things have the power to pull you in. Door opens. Queen Obu, welcome me, guys. I look forward to our matches, not just matches. Get it? Dude. Shinobu just looks down, Chihaya looks up. Your expression. Let's play cards so I can win in the queen title matches. You really came this far, huh? You really made it. The smile. I'm getting you. Grandma, I still don't really understand what you were trying to say, but Chihaya, I have something to discuss with you. Will you listen? But she grabs her hand. Look at this. This is my favorite panel in the series. This is my favorite panel in the entire series, and it's not close. It's not close. It's not close at all. Look at this panel, bro. Look, it's like as if Chihaya finally made her way to join Queen Obu. She finally made her way to join the lone top, the lone place, the lone moon that Shinobu sits on. She finally found someone that made it up to where she is. And now finally these two on their own stand on this moon-like place with the clouds above them. What in the... Dog. Ah, nah, man. I might have to risk it, bro. I might have to risk it, man. I might... Yo, this panel's too gold, bro. This is... Look, just look at it, dude. Yo, just look at it. Oh no, man. Oh no, this is hitting different, dude. This is hitting really, really different, bro. Wow, man. Can I save the panel again? Can I save it again, dude? I need multiple copies of this just to make sure I'm looking at what I'm looking at here, bro. Just look at this lone place for the two of them, and the fact that it's showing Shinobu wearing the thing too, dog. It's gonna happen. It's official. I'm gonna get to see my two favorite characters go at it, bro. Flagnards, man, like all the matches, all the entire journey, the rivalry, it's finally coming into fruition, bro. Like I'm seeing. I can't stop looking at this panel, bro. This is what manga is to me, man.
It's the emotions that a panel like this can evoke, bro. This is not only just my favorite panel, I think, in Chihayafuru. I think this is one of my favorite panels in all of manga. This is a in just this one panel, I feel like someone could have showed me this panel, and I would have been like, I understand. I get it. The rivalry. Finally, someone's made it up to me on this lone field that I've been on for so long. Where two rivals stand, ready to go at it finally after so long, they yearning for each other. I'm gonna continue. But by God, dude, this panel is... Oh my, bro. And Shinobu's like grinning extremely hard. And Chihaya's like, oh, flat. It's like she's being sucked in by Shinobu's hockey. Chihaya, the place where Shinobu-chan is not the Urayasu Auditorium. Will you do it for me? The lofty peak of Mount Fuji that you can see from Togo's coast. That is where Shinobu is. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Like, on this peak, on this place, this lone environment where Shinobu is, that is the place where Chihaya is being headed toward. You feel me? That's where she's stepping toward. On this lone place where no one else is. And Shinobu's finally accepting someone else to make it there. Chihaya, will you do it for me? In truth is a wasteland. I can't handle this. What's this panel? Will you play a 5-game Queen title match series with me? Devoid of flowers and even grass. And she finally extends the offer. Would you be willing to play a 5-game Queen title match series? Screw all the nonsense. We're equals. It's just you and me. I apologize, man. I knocked over the camera, dude. It's too much. It's too hype. It's too hype. And we're back to the match, bro. Oh, bro. I need a minute to get air. I need air, dude. I need air. Holy flying Norseman. Like, yo, dude. This is, like, it's like, yo, we need to stop this, dude. It's like where we have the incredible rivalry between Harada and Taichi being tested here, and like what truly brings out the best of them. And then on the other hand, you're touching on my favorite aspect of the series. Like, yo, this is too GOAT. This is way too GOAT. Way too GOAT. Way too GOAT. Dog, she even accepted the offer. I was like, yo, see me. It's just you and me. There ain't no grass. There's no animals. There's no other individuals. It's you, it's me. And we're here on Mount Fuji. Would you be willing to play a 5-game series? Yo! Harusugite. Ashibiki no Akinureba. Picture it. I always synchronize myself to some picture and borrowed strength from it. I had an example after all. He defended another one-syllable card. Grandpa, what kind of picture should I imagine now? Yo, look at Arata's face, dude. I can't stop this foot from taking a step forward. If Chihaya does make her dream come true, I want to witness the one from up close as it gets. Those Taichi's most pure, most beautiful feelings. Yet I'm about to trample them under my foot. And I can't stop myself from becoming the cold demon capable of such a thing. And it stops right there. Yo, give me a sec, man. Before this gets even more insane. Give me a sec, dude. Alright, sorry about that, man. Dude, I need you to go get some water, man. Take it easy, cause yo, that dude was too high, but I was ready to start flying out the window, dude. Yo, will you play a 5-match Queen title series with me? Are you really ready to be at the peak? At the lone peak? Cause let's get to it. It's been a long time coming. I'm like, let's go, man. But here we go. Chihaya Taichi greatness. I mean, Taichi, Harada greatness, man. See, I'm losing my mind here. This man Harada is having an internal monologue with himself. He's bringing out the coldest version of himself right here to take on Taichi. And by the Flagnards, man, when we'd finished up placing all the 50 cards, there was no Chiha among them. What would become of the two of us if there was no Chihaya in the class I transferred to? Will you play a 5-game Queen title match? We're back here? What? A 5-game series? As you know, the Queen title series consists of 3 games. But it's been decided that starting the year after next, it'll be 5 games. And I want to speed it up by a year and play by the new rules next year already. Why? Next year, that is right after New Year's, both me and you, Chihaya, would still be high school students. Whenever I appear on TV, they always introduce me as the queen still in high school. That is, being a high school girl is an important appeal hook. And if even the challenger in the first 5-game series ever were to be a high school girl, it would make the effect so much stronger. Wait a minute, please, such a stance is shallow. I cannot believe you would suggest something like that merely for popularity's sake. And what is wrong with that? For someone like me who only has Karuta, that's the only way. I want to become a professional player. I want to make a living with Karuta. And yo, I'm guaranteed she is speaking right into Chihaya's soul right now, dog. And I will use anything I can for that. Please do not use Chihaya-chan for your ends. You're so fussy, for crying out loud. So what do you say, Chihaya? Is that a no? For the sake of the one who would follow in your steps and become the second such player, first you have to become the trailblazer. Wait, what become of Taichi and Naruta's game? They're playing downstairs right now. And she just immediately says, screw Shinobu's question. I'm gonna go see them. Facts. That's top priority right now. Ashino Moriani, Akikaze no Fuku. She looks over. Holy Flagnards! Is that Haruta that has that? Usually it has to be. A 16-card difference. I see you finally got him, but what's going on here? How should I put it? I guess you'll understand if you watch for a bit, or maybe not. Yo, Taichi's tired. Wow. Kaze wo itami. Kaza, kaku, kaze wo. He took them all with clean sweeps. Taichi couldn't react. I can't believe he still had 3 Ka cards in his formation this late in the game. It means he didn't take anything from the enemy formation. His still unadjusted formation is under ceaseless attack. What happened to Mashima-kun? Where did his strength from earlier go? The closing stages of the second match were really impressive, but those 6 are probably of the highest order one can only reach once or twice in a lifetime at all, if at all. It's not something you can do in every game. Harada's impressiveness lies in his skill and how high it is. It's not about innate talent or luck. Something is achieved through hard work. That's stable as if preset power in his takes, that doesn't wane no matter how many times he repeats the motion. Wow, man. An 18-card difference. 2 more. And Harada's going to Shanks. Taichi, dog. I can hear the sound just fine, but my body refuses to move. The cards from the opponent's half of the field are ending up on mine one after another. With Harada setting the pace, I can't move the way I want to because of memorization of the cards' positions. It's far from perfect. Don't give up focus. I keep sweating bullets and I'm out of breath. Harada's vigor is overwhelming me. I've got to hang on even if it looks lame. I won't let him go ahead. I won't let him. Suki Miraba. Itachi takes 1. No good. The waist panel slid too far down. Is the string loose? Figures since this is my first time putting on a Hakama on my own, despite me spending the whole 5 minutes putting it on earlier. Should I retie it? Tachi Wakare. Hey, Taichi gets another one. So now it's back to 16-card difference. Umpire, sir, excuse me. Sorry, but Oe-san, can you please come here for a second? No, is he gonna tell Kana to tie his thing? There's a trouble with Arata's Hakama. Nah, dude. The waist plank slipped, did it not? Let me fix it. Sorry, no, it's fine. Of course, but at the end of the day, even though they may despise each other, even though they're rivals, by Flagnards, man, they're friends, bro. If there was no Chihaya in the class to transfer to, Taichi would without a doubt. Hey, wanna play some soccer? Taichi would call out to me for sure. I see, and I would never say okay to his offer.
because I'm only good at Karuta. Done. Time taken 10 seconds, not bad kind of day. Thank you very much. Apologies. And Naruta's back in the zone. Arimayama. It didn't affect his ability any. So good as ever with the A cards. Like, this is the time to be generously helping the enemy in its difficulty, Mashima. Taichi, now Harada has only one card left. I won't let him. I won't let him. Memorize the cards, react faster than Harada memorize. I will make Suo go to Nagasaki. I will witness Chihai's dream come true from up close. That's it. That's it. That's game. Fukukara ni. And that's the final card read in this match. Thank you for the game. In what has been a phenomenal stretch of chapters, man. Sorry for standing in your way. The third and final game of the Major Title Challenger matches is won by Wataya Arata by 18 cards. With 2 wins and 1 loss, Wataya Arata becomes the official challenger. And you see clapping. You see Chihai doesn't move. But there's a lot of clapping in this double-page spread, man. Arata himself doesn't even move. I wish I played soccer too. Hey, wanna play some soccer? Okay. If only I were a little more athletic and good at ball sports, I could have played soccer with you, Taichi. Yet you still stuck with Karuta, even though you're better at everything else than me. You still took up something that you never played before. Something that I'm good at. I don't have talent in Karuta either. It's tough, but I still play it. I lose, but I still keep playing it. You kept playing it for so long, and working hard enough to become this strong. How could I? How could I ever think of you as a hindrance, Taichi? You, who could have easily beaten me in every other field, decided to stick with it in Karuta. And stick with it and do it and do it and get to the point to where you could even beat me, who's dedicated my entire life to it. All because we're rivals, man. How could I ever think of you as a hindrance, Taichi? Bro, this has to be without question. I know I just said it for the other one, but I think this is, on an emotional standpoint, the greatest panel in the series, bro. The entire journey from the flashback up until now has been for this. It's been for this, bro. Just think back, man, to everything. the trials and tribulations from both sides. When Chihayafuru started, Harada didn't want to play Karuta anymore. Then he came back, thanks to Taichi and Chihaya. And the troubles that we saw Taichi go through. But Harada kept him pushing through. Harada kept him in it. But it always went back to Harada, man. And Taichi himself, we thought, was never going to play again. And then he came back. And the real Taichi. He even cut his hair, dude. You know, man, there's times when you're experiencing something really, really special that you're just like flagnards, man. Like, these experiences are so rare. These experiences are so rare, man. To be able to witness something that is as brilliantly written, as geniusly built up, and to be able to experience something like this, man, is truly an honor, man. You know, man, when I look at this panel, I'm just thankful for the fact I started doing YouTube, bro. I'm thankful to Silva and Shadow for getting me into Chihayafuru. Because, you know, I was able to fully experience legendary Gintama Shogun arc, Kingdom's Coalition arc, and now this stretch of chapters in Chihayafuru, all on my channel, man. And I can always keep this. It'll always be with me. And I'm nothing but grateful, man. To be able to witness this moment that we've been waiting for throughout the entirety of the series, bro. I gotta read this. I gotta read Arata's statements again, man. That was way too beautiful, dude. I wish I played soccer too. Wanna play some soccer? Okay. If only I were a little more athletic and good at ball sports. I could have played soccer with you, Taichi. And he thinks about an alternate reality where that would have been possible. And yet you still stuck with Karuta. Even though you're better at everything else than me, you still took up something that you never played before, something that I'm good at. I don't have talent in Karuta either. It's tough, but I still play it. I lose, but I still keep playing it. When you think back to the entire journey, dude, you kept playing it for so long, working hard enough to become this strong. How could I? How could I ever think of you as a hindrance? This is special, man. This is really, really special. And then we get another double spread. What is this? The children of the Karuta Club are so low-key, aren't they? Let's make Karuta Club together, Taichi. Even though you don't love Karuta. For playing Karuta with me all this time. Thank you. See, say, let's out the thank you with tears and Chihaya is witnessing this entire thing, bro. How, bro? How can something this incredible exist, bro? The cards, earlier when I was placing my cards, for the first time in my life, I thought of them as deer. And Taichi himself starts crying too, bro. My friends, my teachers, the goal to bet my youth on, the time we spent together. I thought of the Karuta that gave me. He finally accepted it for what it is. He didn't see Karuta as this thing. He no longer now looks at Karuta as the... So happy for Taichi, bro, because when you look at it from his perspective, you know, especially whenever he went up to Shanks and he told him, like, I never even saw this something fun. And for him to go to that, for him to openly state that the time that we spent together, that the goal to set his youth on, he finally saw Karuta as the thing that gave him all that he holds dear, man. His friends, his teachers, all of it. This is without question my favorite chapter in the series. And up until this point. I mean, how can it not be? How can it not be? How can it not be? Two incredibly well-written character arcs coming into fruition and blossoming before our very eyes, man. And the fact I can't do this, bro. I can't, dude. No, seriously, man. I mean this wholeheartedly, bro. If there's anything that y'all have ever wanted to do, if there's anything that y'all have ever wanted to create, work on, start, begin, no matter what it is, man, do it, bro. Because when you set on a journey, man, you never know how much that journey or that experience is going to impact you forever, dog. And I love that, how that entire theme has been represented through Taichi. Because Taichi could have easily went into anything else, and he decided to go into this niche thing because of two other individuals that are very close to him. And it led down creating paths, memories, friends, and experiences that are so near and dear to him, no matter how much he wishes to refuse it, that one day he finally came to accept it as the very thing that made him love and bring all the things that are so dear to him into fruition. And he never would have had that had he never started the club together with Chihaya, man. This is one of my favorite things I have ever read, man, in all of my years of reading manga, bro. This is up there with the very best of the best. And that was the end of the chapter. I don't know what to say, man. You know, from season 2, Chihayafuru already, I had it really, really high. Because I just connect to it on a level that it just, the themes, the characters, what they go through, their own personal journeys and arcs, and especially Chihaya. I resonate a lot with that, and not just because I went through a lot of this when I was still at their age, but the fact that I'm still living through it now. It just connects with me in ways that I can only really say that it's an individual thing. Like, that's when it comes to this series, and honestly with any piece of art, but when it comes to this series, if somebody were to tell me they don't like it, I'll be like, yo, I understand, man. I understand. But for me, it truly feels like this was made for your boy, man. And it's really, really something special, bro. And I remember when season 3 was going along, and I was like, man, I can't believe it's getting better than it already was. And I started reading the manga, and I was like, how in the world is this still getting better and better? And now I just feel like I just read the best chapter in the series, and I have no idea how they're going to top this. And then I think about it, and my favorite aspect of the entire series hasn't even been touched upon yet. We haven't even gotten to the Queen title match. Oh man, dude.
series, man. I'm gonna read the next chapter, bro, because I feel like I have to. I can't leave it off there, man. I can't. I have to get the aftermath to what I just witnessed, dude. For the first time in my life, Karuto was dear to me. As they're still embracing, dude. But this time is coming to an end. Thank you for the game. What a match, bro. What an arc. This is madness, dude. President Mashima gave it his all, did he not? Chihaya, I guarantee you, Chihaya's... Yes. She, her of all people, has to be feeling this to the highest of extents, dude. Chihaya-chan. She looks over. Shanks. Shanks points. Harada, Chihaya, Shinobu, Shanks. That's the lineup. That's the lineup. And Shanks is pointing. He's like, yo, you're next. Are you ready to carry that burden? 'Cause you're next, man. What a panel, dude. He's pointing directly at Harada. He picks up the umbrella. And he leaves. It's his time now. Holy flag darts. I'm sure that bow was his way to say thank you and goodbye. Thank you, goodbye. Thank you, goodbye. But Harada, Shanks is strong. But still, go on and take the title, the strongest in Japan. Chihaya. And you become... No, this page is precious. This page. You can't get more precious than this. And you become the strongest in the world. Let us present the nominations. We officially nominate you to take part in the 6XTH Major Title Match Series in the capacity of a challenger. Congratulations. Congratulations. Gee, I made it. Harada's gonna face Shanks. Chitose, where are you right now? Well, at the moment, well, it doesn't matter. Chihaya won. Can you believe it? She's gonna play in the Queen match next. We'll have sushi for dinner tonight to celebrate. Go straight home. So Chihaya won, huh? Chitose, Mom, oh Chihaya, are you done changing? Well, there's still something I need to take of first. The meeting for the representatives is starting. So go on ahead without me. The meeting of the representatives. Sir, I'd like to congratulate you as Aruta-kun's father. You already informed your wife of the results? Omura-kun, thanks. Oh, that's right. That reminds me, she's sick and staying in bed, so I gotta tell her the happy news. He completely forgot. I sent a different video by mistake, now the battery's dead. Oh, well, now she'll learn from somewhere anyway, I guess. I gotta say, I still can't believe that Aruta actually became the challenger. If his grandfather were alive to witness this, he'd be happy, I'm sure. 110%, man. After the East-West Challenger final, the representatives meeting. What? Look at Chihaya and Shinobu. Oh, that's whenever Shinobu's gonna propose the 5 match. Or the other. Well, Kami-san, what did you just say? Virtually no time has passed yet since the public announcement of the Queen title match series changing its format to 5 games starting the year after next. Shinobu-chan, you should not even suggest such outrageous things. It may indeed be presumptuous of me, but I ask you all to give my suggestion a serious thought. Please consider implementing the 5-game format for the Queen matches starting from this New Year's already. But why? Because it will pick up more steam that way. That's your reason. What about the prep time? It will generate more impact now than later. I see now you have been poisoned by the TV, huh? Besides, Wakamiya-san, you may be okay with it, but can you say the same about your opponent? Good point. Chihaya, I'm fine with playing 5 games. How can you say you're fine when you have never played in the Queen matches before? You do not know at this point if you'll be fine or not. I may have not played in the Queen title matches yet, but as part of my high school club activities, I participated in dead serious showdowns in the Urayasu Auditorium with everything on the line many times before. It's the experiences up until this point in time. If that's what Wakamiya-san wants, I don't mind playing 5 games or 10, or however many things she said, yo! I don't care if it's 5, 10, 20. I'm taking dubs. That's Queen energy.
That's queen mentality, son. Until now, I was under the impression that everything I did was for the sake of winning against Shinobu-chan. Look at this double spread. But earlier, when I sensed how Shinobu-chan was all alone in the wasteland, I understood something. I came all the way here in order to save Shinobu-chan. You understand, Chihaya, from being all alone in that desolate place. But suppose we change the rules in a hurry, and then you say end up losing 3 games in a row. We turn into a very unsavory disaster. I gotta save this panel, bro. This is incredible. This is an incredible page. I'm confident that I can beat Shinobu-chan if I get to play it. Let her know. Make that declaration in front of everybody so that they know that you're being dead serious, dog. Let her know that you ain't playing no games. I'm confident that I can beat Shinobu-chan if I get to play 5 games with her. That's it. That's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta say. And then prove it out on the court. Shinobu looks mad shook. She looks over, so please, I'm begging you. Like Taichi and Harada, like Shanks and Taichi. I can only save her by throwing everything I've got at her. Let's get it, dude. Yo. And Harada's back home. What time is it? My throat hurts, huh? Why's there light in the altar room? What else? Auntie, I heard you were staying in bed with a cold. How are you feeling? My mom asked me to bring you some dinner. Yu-chan. Thank you. The game, Arthur's game, will become of it. Auntie, you don't know anything? Moro-san contacted us to tell how it ended. I've got a new mail and told me anything yet, Yu-chan. A video from Dad, what's this? Yu-chan's bento. I'm grateful in any case. You can eat it now. It's only 15 minutes. Where's the game's results? Thanks to the meal of the bouncer, Yu-chan's bento is always... Jeez, you always take them anyway. Did you have something nice to say for Yu-chan for a change? I lost the second game. It was pathetic. Taichi sure was strong, but I'm sure that if I had eaten Yu-chan's bento earlier, I wouldn't have lost. Yu-chan helped me take care of my grandpa together with me. That's why her bentos are always packed with her high-calorie content, as they were meant to keep even my grandpa going, even if the nutritious balance is out of the whack. I want to thank you for always making them, Yu-chan. And I'm going to bring out every ounce of my power and win the 3rd game for sure. Yo, that declaration. And the cliffhanger ends there. Why don't you tell me anything about the results, hubby? On their way back to Fukui, Modao drives. Gosh, what a dummy you are, Harada. Sending your spirit back home ahead of your body. To tell Grandpa what you won first is so unfair, you know. Yo, look at this battle. Master Wataya, man. Aw, dude, and that's the end. Oh, I'm so tempted to read another chapter. But I think this is the perfect stopping point, dude. Screw it. Let's read another one. It's too good, dude. It's way too GOAT. Things that simply go by, a boat with a sail, a person's ears, spring, summer, fall, winter. Kanade, what are you doing? This was not supposed to be a gift for Grandma's 70th birthday, if you forgot. Kanade! I tried making a website. Which one is easier on the eyes? What do you think? This one or this one? The OA Cup. You see, something occurred to me yesterday when I was expecting the Challenger final. More people should participate in those passionate battles. Wearing a kimono, of course. I've learned that there is already a tournament for schoolgirls only called the Shirataki Cup. Shirataki Drapery is not a big tournament. And I thought how wonderful it would be if we sponsored a mixed-sex tournament where players all wear a kimono. We shall provide the experience of renting and fitting a kimono as a set. We can spare some good quality articles that can be recycled for that. That is amazing, Mom. If this endeavor works out, I'd like to expand it further and hold a grade school tournament requiring kimono next. Simply waiting is not an option for draperies anymore. We have to not only sell kimono, but also provide ways for customers to have fun wearing them. The shrinking of the drapery goods market will not stop. Last week when I went to the 753 festival with my grandson, foreign tourists took so many pictures of him. He was beside himself with joy at the attention and declared that he will wear the kimono next year again. Oh, how wonderful. These days children only get to dress up in kimono for the 753 festival, don't they? So a kimono-wearing child must have been quite a rare sight, I imagine. So the 753 festival can provide a tourist attraction. Actually, is there not some way to increase the number of opportunities for children to wear kimono besides the 753 festival? Despite the negative trend, my mother works hard to adapt and survive. As the successor of the business, my job should be a celebration party and a consolation party? 2 members of our Karate club had become the Eastern representatives, and Ayase-san managed to become a challenger. From Mashima Senpai, the result wasn't so positive, but still we wanted to do something for them. We want to both show appreciation of their efforts and to provide some comfort to them. Of course, man. Of course they want to. Look at my boy Taichi. Mashima-kun, did you cut your hair for some reason? Sure, it looks just as cool as I gotta say. You'll catch a cold, but now's not the best season for that kind of image change, don't you think? The commonplace reaction of his classmates who knew nothing of this weekend's labor battle hurts. I get what you mean. Painfully so, believe me. I too want to reward Mashima's efforts. I want to praise his incredible tenacity and hard work for everything I'm worth. Then let us do it. Count me in. I will help with anything I can do for that. Chihaya, what the flag is Chihaya doing? She's out here posing. Chihaya, what are you? I'm eating sandwiches while stretching my Achilles tendons and memorizing vocabulary. Oh, that's not it. If you missed it, there was also a suggestion to hold a celebratory party for you, I say. You can save mine for when I become the queen. Queen energy, dude. Moron. We don't even know when that day comes. That's what we want to celebrate while we can. And they immediately stops. The bitter tears. Chihaya Senden shed then. There's a problem though, we simply have no time for hanging out right now. I'm sure like us, Mashima too is just too busy with cram school and studying to spare any time. Even with Mashima Senpai's academic level, this last stress before exams was rough. Because one way or another, he ended up spending quite a bit of time on Karate until now. Speaking of Kanachan, you're amazing. Miyoshi Sensei said you could get it in the literature department of the best colleges there if you wanted. But you chose Old University's Department of Literature, right? Speaking of OU Uni, both their economics and law departments are considered most prestigious in the literature department, no? What's more, both of those are within your reach if only you wanted. Really, it's such a waste. Nikoma-kun, you do know why people don't really choose the department they want and based on their academic scores, right? Kanatan chose hers because she's wanted to study classical literature for the longest time. Yo, man, Destomu, dog. By the way, shouldn't you inform the first years about the party we're planning? Their first years barely know Mashima and didn't really interact with him, though. Yeah, I guess you're right. Besides, Sakurazawa Sensei invited Tamaro to practice Fujisaki for the week. Okay, Tamaro's over there with Sakurazawa. I guess that's a dream come true for her. You and other Mizusawa members are along, and she's like, nah, no way, son, I'm coming alone. But if I'm alone, I might die from the nerves. Then again, the other members are too small time to be of any use. I'll try to beat them into shape before the weekend. Hey guys, can you please get strong enough so that you won't embarrass me? She doesn't even bother masking her annoying personality anymore. Don't bother mincing your words either and just call her personality outright lousy. In any case, the bottom line is we got no time. And Jai is still out here doing her weird posture. In that case, there's only one method. It's still open to us to comfort someone. What do you say to a futon? Futon? And here we see Taichi. Mashima Senpai's new hairstylist. Wow. How many times does he want to us fall for him before he's satisfied? I want to take a picture of him with a single lens reflex camera, make it my avatar. Yo, y'all gotta relax. The thirst is too much. Y'all too thirsty. He looks just too good in the library. I want to talk to him. He looks so precise, Chihaya. Chihaya, you probably don't realize it, but you suck at conveying your meaning with gestures. You didn't get it? And what time are you going home today, was it? For the record, it's already past 6. So you did get it. And I'll be on my way to cram school after grabbing some dinner anyway. Why do you want to know? No reason, thanks, and see you. She's out of there. I'm amazed he could gather what Isa Senpai was asking from her strange gestures. We know. There's no one knows Chihaya better than Taichi, right? They look, well, except for probably Mama Kana. They look pretty perfect together, but in the end they never hooked up. I have a bad feeling about this. It's one of the 7 wonders of Mizusawa. It's one of the 7 wonders of Mizusawa. They've both been single the whole time. Wow, Kana-chan, is this a futon for 1 million yen? Well, it's cheaper than that because we have someone who runs a futon shop among our relatives. This futon was bought as a gift for grandmother's 70th birthday with the money all us relatives pooled together, about 30,000 yen each. But you see, I tried sleeping on it and it felt feather-light. At the same time, it hugs your body like a glove. That is the true awesomeness of the luxury class eider down. It's true, it's so light. My dearest wishes for President Mashima to experience this heavenly relaxation at least for one night. If you ask me, Kana's sales pitches was for real, yo. Kana's out here selling this junk. I have already received grandmother's permission. Oh, this is the hunk I'll be lending my futon to? This futon's price will go up to 1.5 million after he sleeps on it. Kana-chan's grandmother defies description, seeing as Reiko-san is her daughter, like mother, like daughter, I'd say. So how do we transport it? I did some research and found out that items that are lighter than 20 kilograms and have the sum of the length, width, and height less than 2.5 meters can be transported in public trains. Whoa, by train? Gotcha lives near the trophy studio. Okay, like, oh my gosh, what are we even doing? Good thing we're doing it before the rush hour at least. Chihayafuru, would you like to have a seat? Oh, no, I'm good. I'm looking through the vocab in history app while training my abdominals. And Chihaya looks down. Chihaya-chan, what in your opinion is one's duty? Duty? Yes, I was always convinced I wanted to study classical literature in college. But it is not like I want to become a classical literature researcher. Moreover, I'm sure that eventually I will succeed our family's drapery store. In which case, would it not be a better choice to study not literature but management or economics? But isn't it better to study what you truly love? If we assume that protecting our drapery stores is my duty, then what is it that I should be studying? That's such a fascinating question to be asking, especially in this point of your life, because I know I was definitely in that situation as well. Duty. Next up is Bubaigawara Station. And we're back to the legendary household, man. We're back to the legend's house. What, the Rico-chan, long time no see, is Taichi home? We brought our futon to surprise him. Oh, futon? Hey, he's not back yet? What do we do now? Rico-chan, can we leave it? Maybe we should leave it in Mashima's room to save trouble. We'll be back for it tomorrow, so it's only for one night. This futon costs 1 million, you know. What on earth is even that? It looks too fun to pass up. We continue, man. Hey, are you sure we can just barge in without permission? No worries. Our house helper's been to his room already today to clean. Let's switch to Fushan's in secret. This man Nishida's at least looking out for what's truly important out here, right? I have a question. This much we're talking about, I'm sure. He has them all in his digital editions. Alright, Skiff. Hey, I mean, if Destomo and Nishida are saying this, and that means that they know, you know, they're trying to protect the boy, dog, you feel me? Speaking of, I take it you're only doing digital stuff too, Sakui-kun? Personally like mine on good old paper. Watch out, yo, Sakuba needs to be executed. This man said, yo, good old paper. This room is Mashima Senpai's personal room? This bed is where he sleeps? Yo, I don't know, I assume it is thirsty. Wait, what are we doing again? Dude, I don't even change my own bed sheets. Watch out, Nishida. Oh, you're back. You'll eat dinner right away, right? No, I'm running late as it is. Yo, Taichi's back. Will you eat onigiri then at least? By the way, did Chai or anyone from school drop by? Not as far as I know, I see. Rika, what are you doing? Nothing much. I was just checking my panties ended up in your room by mistake. Hashi-san makes mistakes sometimes because they're the same boxer type, you know? Are they under this? Yo, Sumire right now has to be like, her heart right now has to be like on, somebody has to check it, because it's probably going faster than a Ferrari at this point in time, dude. Oh, somebody's phone just went off. And Chihaya is answering it? She's insane. Oh, hello, who might you be? Chihaya-chan, are you going to answer it now? A call from an unknown number? Oh, Watadai-san. And Taichi opens up the thing and sees No, it's Taichi's mother. It's nothing at all, Mom. They simply came to deliver a forgotten item, and when they were kind enough to help search for Rika's love, they've got to be stuck. Yo, Taichi's mom she is livid. Sakuba, you were hiding till the end, you coward. Oh crap, I thought she was gonna yell at us, but instead she made us eat onigiri. Mashima's mom is so kind. And these are pretty good. And she said the filling is minced matsukasa beef, simmering in soy sauce. They're so rich. Rika wore panties. They were more ladle-like. Not something that could be accidentally mistaken for your brothers. Mom, I thought you disliked the guys from Brothers Karate Club. Enough of that, better get me seaweed out of Yaka's seaweed. Chachan, what are you doing here? I'm eating an onigiri while walking on my toes and solving biology problems. Good grief, please only do one thing at a time. Chachan, did you hear me? Oe-san, there's something I wanted to say to you. Thank you for fixing Harada's psychometer in the finals. Hey, oh please, such a trifle something is not even worth mentioning. Oe-san, you probably don't know it, but I've got a lousy personality. And at that time, a thought ran through my mind. If Harada's ability to play karate were impeded, it'd give me an advantage. My last chance was turned around, so to speak. But then I saw you in the audience, Oe-san. No, her in particular? And a different feeling took hold of me, something akin to pride. That I had a friend so awesome she could fix the Hakama trouble in a jiffy. No way, Taichi, bro. And thanks to that, I lost right after, though. You sure fixed those strings in no time at all, Oe-san. And you know that has to hit kinda hard, Skip, like mad hard. That's the prez, dog. Thank you. Bitter tears. Chihaya-chan, that call earlier you mentioned Watarai-san. Oh, that. Yes, it was from the Eternal Queen Watarai-san. She offered to come practice with her if I felt like it. Wow, but at this time? You can't really afford to sacrifice the cramming for exams you should be doing. I'll do it. There's no room for doubt. Yo, she said there's absolutely no room for doubt here, coach. What are you doing now? Trying to bend and stretch all in one step? While summarizing a newspaper article in my head, yes. For I see that's new heights of focus and diligence. When I watch Chihaya-chan, I too think. I could break into tears. Into bitter tears. Things that simply go by, a boat with a sail, a person's years. Spring, summer, fall, winter. President Mashima used to stop with the president thing, really. Mashima-kun, do you still have feelings for Chihaya-chan? That's the thing you gotta ask, dog. I'm not sure anymore. But I do think that those feelings may be gradually fading away. Really? And Chihaya runs? Sumire. She needs to be stopped. She needs to be stopped, dude. I'm going to run from here. So everyone, bye-bye. Bye-bye, see ya. Run along a boat with a sail. And I too will. And Kana looks. Oh, private university. Taichi? What is this futon? It feels so different. Something feels very, very different. Oh, he finally recognized. Oh, man, dude. He finally realized, like, what a flying horse is this? So now everything else is being there pushed into fruition. So now, Chihaya's going to be able to get special training from the Eternal Queen Watarai. Not only that, but now Kana's going to be moving forward within her. Oh, that was a beautiful moment between her and Taichi, man. Taichi apparently, he stated that his feelings for her are fading away. It's very, very interesting. I wonder where that's going to lead us in the future of the story. But at the same time, for quite some time, it felt like Chihaya, or Taichi's love for Chihaya, is what kept him within Karuta. But it's like he came to this realization within these last couple of months, and specifically within that match, that the Karuta that he no longer has to rely on Chihaya for being the reason why he plays Karuta. Now Karuta itself is dear to him. You feel me? So because Karuta itself is dear to him, and all the people that he's met along the way, and the experiences, the friends he's made, and all of that stuff, the youth he's bet on, now all of that is extremely precious to him. So he doesn't just have to solely rely on his love for Chihaya, right? But man, dude, what a stretch of chapters. That's some of the most hyped stuff, the most emotional stuff. Journeys, character arcs, phenomenal moments. I'm so grateful for the fact that I've been able to experience all of this greatness, man. I literally, every single moment of free time that I had today, man, I was like, yo, Chihayafuru, Chihayafuru, Chihayafuru. And I don't regret it one bit, man. What an incredible experience this arc was, dude. That Taichi and Harada scene hit, man. And that Queen Nobu and Chihaya stuff, you know, her by herself on the peak of Mount Fuji. And Chihaya's going up there to save her. And she was like, nah, dog, I can beat her in a 5-match series. Now, it's the build-up to Shanks versus Harada, and that point that Shanks gave him too. And Chihaya versus the Queen. And everyone is moving forward towards the future. It just makes you wonder, you know, what exactly is going to happen with these wonderful characters that we all know and love. What happens from here until that match, or those matches? Feels like we're reaching end game Chihayafuru here, man. But at the same time, I don't even know, because what is end game Chihayafuru? You feel me? It's like I never ever want to doubt that this series can get any better than it already is. But how in the world is this going to be surpassed, dude? And I say this, but watch, I'm going to come back and say the same thing again, because it feels like that's been a reoccurring thing that I've been saying nonstop since I started reading the manga. But truly, man, what a special series, bro. I'm so glad I got into it. And what an amazing stretch of chapters. Wow, man. I don't know how long this video is, but by God, if you're still here, you're a trooper. You're a trooper, son. GOAThayafuru. So many incredible scenes and panels. I mean, the art in these were just magnificent. Magnificent, man. It's like these moments were special, and the author really showed us how special all these moments were. The amount of care put into every single little detail and moment. Can you imagine when all this stuff gets animated, dude? What a wonderful series, man. I will see y'all next time, dude. Chihayafuru greatness. I seriously still can't get over the fact that not only that Harada and Taichi had their match, but that both of them were able to come to their own separate conclusions thanks to this match. You know, Harada thanking Taichi for still playing karate even though he could have done anything else. But him thanking Taichi for still playing karate must have been the #1 thing. Because remember how Nishida and Retro were talking about how above even becoming the master, the one thing that they want is recognition from that man right there. From Harada, from the one that they never could beat. And for Harada to do that to Taichi is the ultimate form of respect and recognition and love. He was truly seeing him, man. And he was thanking him from the bottom of his heart for taking this path and this journey that he did, that he took. And what I love so much about it is that on Taichi's side, we were able to see the fruits of all of that throughout the entirety of the series. But even directly after that, we see how much all of that held true to when even whenever those old thoughts were coming into his head. Oh, I could take advantage of this. He saw Kana. He was like, nah, man. I can't disrespect the game. I can't disrespect the game. There's pride here, man. There's a love and respect for this. And I have an awesome friend who would be able to do this right. Yo, that was so good, dude. What a beautiful moment. And those moments with Chihaya and the Queen, dude. I mean, they were insane. So intense and insane. And that one panel. Like, this... These panels, man. Like, there's just so many phenomenal panels. For that Chihaya and Shinobu panel with them just alone on the top of Mount Fuji. At first I thought it was like the moon or something in space, but no, it's on top of Mount Fuji at the peak with nothing else there. No flowers, no animals, no people. It's just the two of them. And it's like Flagnards, bro. What a stretch, dude. Holy Flagnards.
This was an experience. Stuff like this is why doing all of this is so much fun. You know, going on this adventure, this journey to go and find experiences that are truly special like this one. And I had one of those today, man, and I'll always be thankful for it. This has been the GOAThayafuru awesome sauce, and in true awesome sauce. I look forward to seeing what y'all have to say about these chapters in the comment section down below, because they were truly amazing. And I will see y'all next time, man. Have an awesome day. GOAThayafuru. When we come back, the journey for my MC becoming the queen officially begins, man. Let's go, dude.